Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Friday, July 11th, 2025, and we are here at the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. One of two runways in use for departures right now. Wind is blowing from the north, more or less. Not substantially, but there is a little breeze and it is northerly. It's going to stay northerly for the upcoming days, so I'm not expecting any runway changes in the upcoming weekend. A warm welcome to everybody who has joined already. Marja, goedenavond. Wolfgang, good morning. Marissa, good morning. And good morning to all others who have joined. Han, goedemorgen. Rob, George T, Julian, Boreas, Istanbul, Maritime and Aviation, good morning. Michael, Patrick, Stefan, Fede, good morning everybody. Honda, good morning. Kip Julia, good morning. Parallel departures in progress right now, and this is the current situation. It's not cold. I'm standing here in my t-shirt and my shorts. Brought a vest along with me, but along the way and while setting up I already realized the vest wasn't going to be necessary. Around 20 or so degrees. And they are reinforcing the dike over here, it seems like. As you can see, little mound over here, not very substantial, unless they are going to add to it. But as you can see, they are working along the length of the runway to what seems to be fortify the dike. First airplane is going to London City, KLM Embraer 190. Making its way over. So a bit of cloudy weather here today, particularly in the west. They are saying it's going to improve later in the day. We'll have to see. KLM flight 983 to London City, the Papa Hotel Echo Zulu Bravo. Turning and burning. Good morning, Anthony, Dennis, Mighty Ravendar, good morning, Ricardo, goedemorgen, Willem FS, good morning, Mrs. J, good morning, Dukman, Honda, already said hi to Honda, Roy, goedemorgen, Peter, Ari, good morning guys. So yeah, the pipes are still here, the grass has grown a little, yeah, and they have reinforced the dike at least over here already. Big picture wise, looking to the south, this is what we can see. Looking to the west, things look like so. This is what looking to the east looks like over here. Also a bit more cloudiness land inward. The scale of chimney smoke at the moment is looking like this. And of course the north finally is looking like such. Thibaut, goedemorgen. Rob, goedemorgen. Greet, Sven, goedemorgen. Aviation, morgen. Split Scimitar, good morning. I am doing well, thank you for asking. Hope that also goes for you, my friend. Danny, goedemorgen. Avisteria wonders if he saw a duck in the far distance. To the north or to the south? Is there anybody there? Must have been really far in the distance then. Right now I'm not seeing something right away, except a bird. And this is another Embraer. Britty Hopper, flying on behalf of KLM, Embraer 190 to Leeds. Flight 1019. Jerome is also back in the chat and he's super chatted. I like dikes on bikes. Welcome to the Netherlands and you'll be in for a treat. Good to see you, Jerome. Hope all is well. Thank you so much for your super chat, my friend. Come to the Netherlands if you want to see dikes on bikes. I'm sure the city of Amsterdam will cater to your needs. Scotty, good morning. Jordien, goedemorgen. Timinen, good morning. Hey, and Timinen will be flying with the fake to Washington. Nice, seat 18A. 105 should still be around then, mate. Make sure that you shine your torch. 18A, that is still in front of the wings, isn't it? Probably still is. I should be still around then. Not expecting any rain in the upcoming days, so with departures, there's always an inbound rush hour between 1 and 2 o'clock, and that means only one runway open for outbound traffic. It usually gets more busy during such an hour, even though it is an inbound rush hour. So my plan is to stick around until the outbound peak, quote unquote, between 1 and 2 has come to an end. Hadi Tina, goedemorgen. Arjan, goedemorgen. Jens, goedemorgen. Jason, good morning. Good morning to all others who have joined. Now, I've also had help last week from none other than Simi, aka Reticent Wife, who has a programming background and has helped me with widget automation. I'm running a test widget right now that should automatically pop up messages when people become a member, so new members, and also when memberships are gifted. If all is well, it should work. If it does, that will provide us a base on which we can develop other, or well, at least let's phrase it correctly. She can then also make alerts for other events. So I'm looking forward to seeing if this one will work, if we can trump AI. Shouldn't be too hard, should it? We have an E2 Embraer 195 up next, going to Trondheim, KLM flight 1151. The PHNXY. And the Delta A350 in the background, taxiing to the runway threshold. Already saw one take off when I was still setting up. So for me it's the second of the day, but since I've gone live, this is the first one. In fact, the first wide body of the show. Hey there Mike, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Have a good vacation, mate. Hope Norway is to your liking. Time for a Delta A350, Delta Airlines flight 133 to Detroit, Michigan. And this is the November 507 Delta November, which is 7 years old, first flight January 2018. Ah, hey, okay. So this is a glitch in the system. A gifted membership by Maria, but it registers as Maria just became a member. It is at least responding. That's good. It's just the wrong message, but that is something that I'm sure we can improve on. Thank you so much, Maria, for your test gifted membership. I am assuming. Stefan, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Don't forget to say thank you to Maria and enjoy the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Hey, thank you for the gifted membership, Maria, for testing out the widget. It seemed that the duration and whatnot all looked good. The message looked good. It was just the wrong message. Probably something that is easy to fix. Reticent Guy also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Oof, a lot of brake dust there. Up, up, and away it goes. Little exodus of wide bodies has begun. After this A350, the next airplane will be a 777-300ER to Paramaribo in Suriname. And after that, another A350 from Delta, going to Minneapolis, Minnesota. A350 numero Due is there. Hey, Sarah Deal also back in the chat. Good to see you, Sarah. Hope all is well. Welcome back. KLM Flight 713 to Paramaribo in Suriname is next. Chameleon Guy, good morning. Adrie, goedemorgen. Pierre, good morning. Boreas, good morning. Nienke, goedemorgen. Rui, good morning. Bon dia. Hey Han, goedemorgen. Xbox Drummer, good morning. Ramon, good morning. KLM Flight 713 to Paramaribo, 777-300ER. Han asks if I want a milestone test. Thanks for the offer. Of course, you're free to celebrate milestones, but we haven't programmed anything for the widget yet, so I will have to trigger it manually. The only two events that we now have the widget live for is for new memberships and gifted memberships. And already with gifted memberships, we could see that it was responsive, but it was giving the wrong message. And other than that, it was working as it should. Also, no messages for the recipient, just the gifter. Gifting memberships was the only message that we wanted to see. So it was working spotless except for the wrong message. And the other event is new memberships. So somebody who never has been a member before will have to become a member at some point to see if that functionality works properly or not. So unfortunately, Han, that's something that you cannot test, but thank you for the offer. A very good morning to everybody who has joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Polderbaan 36 left, the runway in use right now. Northerly wind, small breeze, bit of clouds, lovely weather. Promises to become a beautiful weekend here with 3 days similar to these today, to the one today. This is Delta Airlines Flight 161 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Hey, interesting. Saudi Cargo 747 on the radar, Wolfgang says. What's its destination? Is it going to the east? Probably a candidate for the center runway then. Alright Jan, save it for later. Wie wat bewaart, die heeft wat, right? Jelle, goedemorgen. And good morning to all others who have joined. It is a partially cloudy day here today with a slight breeze from the north. Nothing substantial going on in the scale of chimney smoke, as you guys can see. It's not going to go rain. We're expecting a dry weekend for the next couple of days, even though earlier in the week it did look like we might see a few droplets. The ambulance has arrived to pick me up, to take me to the asylum. Finally, somebody called. They're coming to pick me up. Hey Wouter, goedemorgen. Prasanna, goedemorgen. GJF Thierry, good morning. Patrick, good morning. Ralf, goedemorgen. Alright. Over there in the distance we have the main tower with the renewed radome. And we have another KLM Embraer over here, which is going to go to Aberdeen shortly. Before that is going to commence, that gives me time to go over to the computer, manually highlight Sarah Deal's 19-month of membership birthday, and she writes, "It has been a pleasure. The pleasure is all mine. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, Sarah. I hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking, and at the risk of sounding like a broken record, hit me up if something is running low or if something is no longer to your liking, and let me see what I can do to fix it. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular, frequent visitor, Sarah." KLM Flight 913 to Aberdeen. Hey there, Dukeman, good morning. Had too much vodka? Never too much, never too much vodka. That's impossible, mate. Ooh, nice. Jerry had Japanese sushi today and is drinking sake. Sake. Sushi. Even though it is still early morning here, it is an enticing thought. Having some vodka instead of sake. We need more lube in the lounge. Do you have enough extra small condoms in the lounge, Jerome? Jurding says that the pop-up boxes are switched. The pop-up boxes are switched. I'm not exactly sure I'm following what you're saying there, mate. Probably my fault on my end, due to the fact that it's still an early morning here. Next up is United Flight 71 in Star Alliance livery, going to Newark. Ah, the XP thingy, yeah. Thank you, YouTube, for gamifying live streams. Oh, hearing stuff. Is that the tractor, or is it something else I'm hearing? I think it might be the tractor. Seems they're cutting the grass over there. Now, also wheat in the field over here. Food in the making. This is United Airlines Flight 71 to Newark. 777-200 the November 77022. Jerome took all the extra small condoms with him to the Walla. I'll put them on the groceries list. The particular airplane we are now looking at is 14 years old, hailing from July 2010, according to Flight Radar. Huh? Jording says if you become a member, you get how long you are a member and vice versa. Oh, you mean the automated widget also triggered on events it shouldn't be triggered by? Membership birthdays. Did something automatically pop up? Hadi Klaas, goedemorgen. Gravely Lewis, good morning. W, good morning. Okay, so the widget is also triggering alerts on events it shouldn't be triggered by. Good to know. That is constructive feedback. These bugs are to be expected. So a wrong message to a right trigger, and it triggered when it should not trigger. Cool. Oh, there were 2 pop-ups. Well, the 19-month celebrating I did manually. Whenever I pop up a message manually, it is also, yeah, it should be, it's easier if I make it a different color. How silly that I forgot to do that. Luckily, I can edit quickly. Let's see, I have to change the background color of the automated widget. I'm now going to make it blue. If all is well, save. It should now, let me emulate an event so that we can see. This is a test, yeah. So I've made the automated widget pop-ups blue. Whenever you see blue pop-ups, these are courtesy of the automated widget. So makes it easier for us to discern if it is me doing something manually or if it is the automated widget. In the meantime, good morning to everybody who has joined. Bas, goedemorgen. Bas is celebrating 4 months of membership. This is me manually triggering a message. You can also see the yellow dot behind Bas's name. That's because he is a member, and that's the automated. That's me doing a manual message highlight. Bas, thank you so much for your ongoing support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking, mate. This is KLM flight 601 to LAX A78710 Dreamliner. Anja, goedemorgen. I'm on Aviation, good morning. Van der Vil, goedemorgen. Nick, goedemorgen. Alright. You might be picking up the sounds of a 777-200 that is going to follow this airplane, but to San Francisco. In the meantime, KLM flight 1137 is first going to take off. And that is going to fly to Dublin, Ireland. 737-800. Alright, this is KLM flight 1137 to Dublin, Ireland. 737-800, the Papa Hotel Bravo X-ray Kilo. And this specimen is 24 years old. First flight according to flight radar is August 2000. After that we are going to see KLM flight 605 to San Francisco. And after that another airplane to Dublin, Ireland, but from Aer Lingus. Which is going to follow this airplane. Yeah, the sound I'm hearing is definitely the tractor cutting the grass over there. Good morning, Claudie. Michael, good morning. Marco, good morning. Jeff, good morning. Renate, goedemorgen. Alan, good morning, mate. Hope all is well. Alrighty, 777 time. This is KLM flight 605 to San Francisco. 777-200 the Papa Hotel, Bravo, Quebec, India. 20 years old already, this airplane. First flight November 2004. Good morning, DSH Hardcore, and all others who have joined. Aer Lingus is also foregoing the first cheaters lane entry to the runway and is continuing taxiing to the threshold. Growl. Typical growl of the GE90s on the 777-200. In a way reminding me of the XWB engines that are also on the A350 that also have a high pitch but also a low growl. Roar! Indeed, indeed. The sun is coming out and is shining a little bit. Makes things look a bit more bright here. Wind also seems to be picking up a little bit, so that's good. It compensates for the additional warmth the sun is now providing. Aer Lingus flight 603 to Dublin, Ireland. EIDER is its registration. Either we do or we don't. It's flight 603, the airplane is 19 years old, first flight October 2005. Wolfgang asks if we have the possibility to see contrails today. We certainly do. I'm seeing one flying away from me as we speak, looking right above me. No contrails to be seen. There is a contrail flying away over there. It's at times that you can see something, and not everywhere can you see anything, because behind me, looking to the west, things are definitely more cloudy. Right now the open gap is above me and a bit more to the east, I would say. J. van der Steen, goedemorgen. Theo, goedemorgen. So yeah, it seems like they are renewing the dikes, fortifying them or something to that extent. Over here, most of the work already seems to be done. And this is the, what was it, BHUB something 40? Something with 40 if I recall correctly. Well, nothing to see right now. Another E2 Embraer is making its way over to the runway threshold. E2 Embraer to Göteborg. 787-10 to Bogota is also coming this way. Quite a few airplanes underway now. Ambulance is also once again leaving. Guess they didn't feel up to coming to get me with a stretcher all through the bumpy grass. They'll just leave me babbling on in thin air. A warm welcome to everybody who is joining in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at Polderbaan, runway 36 left for departures today. KLM flight 1231 to Gothenburg is spooling up. Papa Hotel, November X-ray, November, E2 Umbrella 195. Patrick remarks that the sound is very good today. Or is it because of my new headset I'm using? Well, you're using a new headset. I am using a new microphone for the voiceover. Sennheiser wireless transmitter and receiver, and also a Sennheiser microphone. So I'm basically mic'd 100% Sennheiser right now. The wind also sometimes helps. But it might also be your new headset, so hard for me to determine which of the reasons it is, but I'm happy to hear that the sound is good. And Ali has also returned, sending no less than 20 memberships. Hey, and this is working properly. This is working properly. The automated blue widget was the right one, and it was just this one, wasn't it? Okay, interesting. So when it boils down to multiple gifted memberships, then it is the right message. Huh, interesting. Ali, good to see you. Thank you so much for your stupendous, generous gifting there. You really did not have to do that. 20 gifted memberships, courtesy of AJ, aka Ali. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from her just now will say thank you and will enjoy the custom emojis, the 34 custom emojis that you guys now have at your disposal for a month. Ali, thank you so much for your generosity. You really did not have to do that. Welcome to the Skyline's new members. Enjoy the custom emojis. Have fun. Don't forget to say thank you to AJ. Right, testing. So RD777 just now gifting a membership, and why am I not seeing anything? That is interesting. That is interesting. It did work properly with 20 gifted memberships, 1 gifted membership now all of a sudden doesn't trigger any alerts. In that case, let me do this manually. Once again, this is me doing a manual pop-up. RD777 just now gifting a membership. Thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Skylines, Ian. Don't forget to have fun with the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. And also a big thank you, RD777. Weird that the widget didn't trigger. Okay. Maybe there's a refraction time or something. It first needs to cool down after such a big donation. Let's see. In the meantime, this is KLM flight 741 going to Bogota. That's in Colombia, and that's right next to I don't know what you are on about, Maria, with AI, because this is not AI. This is me getting help from Reticent Wife. And I see that Rick has also returned into the chat. Good to see you, mate. Celebrating 27 months of membership. A quick hello from Madeira. Enjoy the stream. Mate, good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Enjoy your vacation. Well deserved. Looky here. What do we have here? Reticent wife says hi and asks if you are streaming next weekend. She apparently thinks that us dropping by Schiphol could help you troubleshoot the messages. I really strongly advise you guys not to come over to Schiphol if it is just for troubleshooting messages. That is absolutely bonkers if you guys are seriously considering doing that. Hey, back to Simi, and if all is well, I should be streaming next weekend. I don't have any plans to be going anywhere. I will be on my own though. Pretty sure Lisa would also want to meet you guys at some point, but she is going back to Belgium for a week as of this Tuesday. But yeah, if all is well, the weather should be good next weekend and I should be out streaming again. Also from this week going forward, I should be streaming again on Thursdays as well. Last 2 weeks I didn't stream on Thursdays because I was working an additional day in my day job to compensate for the week that I took off from my day job during the NATO summit. The next airplane is KLM flight 925 to Edinburgh. 737-900, the Papa Hotel, Bravo X-Ray Romeo. Always looking for excuses to go. Well, you're more than welcome, mate. Absolutely you are. I have no plans of going away, and if all is well, the weather should be good next week. But you never know, of course, things might change. As it stands, we're going to have nice weather in the upcoming weeks. Hey, that's good news, Marissa. KLM 747 freighter going to Miami, confirmed for 36 left. Before a KLM 747 is going to leave for Miami, we are first going to see the KLM Orange Pride. You already saw it in the background. And Klaas asks if I can film it in slow motion. Ooh. Well, I do have slow motion mode on my camera. But yeah, that takes a couple of minutes to enable. I'm going to do my best to make it as slow as possible. This is KLM flight 743, flown by the PHBVA Orange Pride, going to Lima in Peru. Peru, of course, in Latin America, not too far away from Hey, yeah, that's a good idea, reticent guy, keep me posted. Wolfgang, check it out. It is the Austrian flag livery. A special airplane by Air Baltic to pay homage to the Austrians. Such friendly folk. Hadi Roy, goedemorgen. And good morning to all others who have joined. Siegfried, goedemorgen. Oh, Siegfried is in Seoul with a capital S. In South Korea. Nice, mate. Enjoy your stay. Could go for some bibimbap. Haven't eaten anything yet, can you tell? Alright, Caleb Flight 787 to Sint Maarten is next. It's the PHAOD FWAD. 777-200 19 years old, first flight April 2006. Hey, Black Ducky has arrived on the scene. Eversteria, this one's for you, my friend. Oh, that's my cap bumping into my phone. Oh, cheater in Cheater's Lane. That's an E2 Embraer 195 going to Billund. Hey there, Razor, good morning. And good morning to all others who have joined. DJ Digital Media, good to see you again. Hope all is well, mate. So yeah, little cheater going to Billund. Next up, the FWAD. FWAD to Sint Maarten. After that, Air Baltic to Tallinn. KLM, flight 901 to Inverness in Scotland after that. Adi Fisker asks, what's that dome thing on the top of the plane? It's what we call a Karen cabin. It's a special compartment for Karens who want to speak to the manager. It's a private suite, especially for them, so that they don't bother the rest of the human population on board the airplane. Good morning, Helsinki spotting. Jetstream Journeys, good morning. Hey, 200 likes. We've crossed through 200 likes. 20% of an airplane dance done. Thank you all so much for that. If you guys are enjoying what you're seeing and you haven't done so already, consider leaving a like. It allegedly helps to promote this channel and its content to new viewers. Bringing in new people who haven't heard of AMS Live yet, but who would want to be part of the community. This does not bode well. This is an aborted takeoff, a rejected takeoff.
Bruh.
No departure just yet. Bloodshot incoming. Time for a sip of vodka. I guess Karen wanted to speak to the manager after all, despite having her private cabin. Ooh, this is Air Baltic in the Latvian flag livery going to Tallinn. Yankee Lima, Alpha Bravo November. It's an A220-300. The airplane 2 years old, first flight April 2023. Shouldn't have mentioned Karen, Ali says. Yeah, she heard it. Now she's pissed off and wants to speak to me. What did you say? Well, all sorts of red and white. Also, of course, here in the foreground, the blocked boxes. Big picture overview. Looking to the north, things look like so. Looking to the west, it looks like this. Looking to the east, it looks like this. A bit further to the south. And it looks very indecent, butt shot over there. Looking to the south, currently it looks like so. KLM flight 901 to Inverness, Scotland, Embraer 190. And it is going. Right, so keeping an eye out on the screen, I can see that the widget is triggered by membership birthdays. Which we already saw before. Blue messages are messages by an automated widget. Orange messages are manual messages by yours truly. Dukman is celebrating 2 months of membership. He says, we are out of vodka, burp, having too much fun. Mate, thanks for the heads up. I'll put it on the groceries list. I need to do some shopping this afternoon anyway, so going to the liquor store, get me some more for you guys as well. AJ says maybe the actual plane is nicknamed Karen due to her reputation for going tech on the runway. Could be. I wouldn't be surprised if there were Delta A330s nicknamed Karen because of this very fact. It is typical that you now also see the KLM A330s doing what we are used to seeing from Delta A330s. Namely, rejecting a takeoff and going back to contemplate life, the universe and everything. And before Patat is on board, Singapore Airlines Flight 323, Seat 31A will shine a light. What's the estimated time of departure for the Singapore A350? Awesome to be on board, Bevroor Patat. Should be a good flight. It's usually a flight that departs from the center runway somewhere between 11 and 11:40, isn't it? Kenna Chef Chris says, make sure you've got some good bourbons too. Thanks for the tip. I've put it on the groceries list. Good bourbons. Bourbons, whiskies and vodkas. In the meantime, this is BA flight 429 going to London Heathrow. Going to London. Yes, London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Captain Eddie is also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Danny, goedemorgen. Max, goedemorgen. Good evening to you, Max. Tuning in from Auckland. Hope you've had a good day. KLM 655 to Minneapolis cancelled, Mighty Raven Dark says. But this one was supposed to go to St. Martin, wasn't it? It's not this airplane, is it? Singapore assigned to the Polder. Hey, good news, Maria. So we need to look for a flashlight near the wing. We should be able to see that from over here if all is well. Hey, and the 747 also on their way to the Polderbaan, Martin says. Good news. Good news. Bob is also back, tuning in from Sydney. Happy Poets Day, mate. A340 on radar for 36 left, Wolfgang says. What? Are these all coming this way? That is tremendous. Well, I spy with my little eye something that looks a bit queenie. I also notice that my camera ever so slightly moves up when I let go of the camera controls. Now I've placed it a little bit more forward. Balance of the camera, always something you need to fine-tune. Depends on the wind mostly. If you have wind blowing against it from one side, you need to push or put it a little bit further back or forward. So depending on the wind direction and the strength, you sometimes need to tweak. If all is well, the tripod and the camera setup should be balanced such that when you let go of the camera should not move upward, downward, left or right. I noticed it was moving upward ever so slightly. That means it is back heavy. On its way to London. It's a quote from Snatch, the Guy Ritchie movie, Matt, in case you didn't know. Fish chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary effing Poppins, London. One of my two favorite movies from Guy Ritchie, the other being The Gentleman. Jording asks, where is the Queen of the Sky emoji? That should still be there. Full as well, I didn't change anything to that. Bernd, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Yeah, there you go. Adi found it. So yeah, KLM Pride and KLM Shame captured in one shot. Jeff is of the controversial opinion that Lock, Stock is a better film. I like the film, but I don't think it is better. I absolutely like Snatch and The Gentleman better. But it's definitely not a bad movie. Absolutely it isn't. In the meantime, good morning to everybody who has joined. John, good morning. Benny, good morning. Yvonne, goedemorgen. Tom, goedemorgen. And good morning to all others who have joined. This is AMS Live. We're at the Polderbaan. My name is Boy. And in the foreground we have an airplane that aborted or rejected its takeoff from the center runway, which is also still open. The KLM 100 years Dreamliner just now took off. Pretty soon the PHCKB is going to take off here from the Polderbaan. The A340 is also coming. The CKB. What a machine. AC Niels, goedemorgen. AJ says something seems to be hanging down from the right side of the fuselage of the A330. There is a vent open. It is interesting that it is only open on one side and not on both. Or is the second vent in the center? No, that's probably not the case. It's usually symmetrical, this type of stuff. Not sure if that is bleed air. No, that's not bleed air. But there is definitely... airplanes definitely have those vents. I think you can see them quite well on A350s as well. Trying to see. Oh, of course there's an A350 over here. Yeah, there you go. See, I think it's one of these two that is open. It's probably an air outlet. You can see by the exhaust gases there also seems to be warm air emanating from these two exits. In the meantime, this is Delta Airlines Flight 73 going to Atlanta, Georgia, the November 575 Delta Zulu. But well spotted. Patrick asks, parking at the Polderbaan is no problem, is it? It normally isn't. Tomorrow it will be, because there's a triathlon being run, swam, bicycled, or whatever. They're holding a triathlon here tomorrow. So tomorrow it will not be accessible. Means that tomorrow I will be streaming arrivals from Kaagbaan in the morning. Sarah says too many people had beans for lunch. Smell you later. Singapore Air estimated time of departure 11:17. Mario says thank you for the heads up. That was bevroren patat seat 31A, wasn't it? This is KLM flight 615, which is going home to Portland, Oregon, to Jerome, the Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel, Lima. This is a 7879. Yeah, diamond a dozen, dare I say it. More Kiwis in the chat. Go hike, sail and ride. New Zealand has also found the chat. Welcome, mate. Nice of you to say hi. Welcome to all others who have joined. Don't be afraid to say hi in the chat if you're new to the channel. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already, if you are enjoying what you're seeing thus far. This is the PHCKB, flying as Martin Air Flight 6141. KLM Cargo, operated by Martin Air, going to Miami, Florida. It's a 747-400 freighter. This particular airplane is 22 years old, and according to Flight Radar, the first flight of this airplane was in April 2003. Right. The engines are spooling up. Let's get loud. The A330, by the way, is taxiing back to the gate, it seems like. No longer is it standing here. Happy New Year! Shots fired by bird control. And the CKB on the way to Miami, Florida. Mario, guten Morgen. Levi, good morning. So yeah, the A330 that we were seeing here before now is taxiing over there. Time for some narrowbodies. This is EasyJet going to Chester, flight 22162. That is an A320. 7-year-old airplane, first flight May 2018. Yeah, Lutz, A330 is returning to the gate. Was supposed to go to St. Maarten. That's the one now in the center of the field of view. It was standing here for several minutes. I guess that they weren't able to do adequate troubleshooting to continue with their journey, and they are now going back to the gates, it seems like. Either that or the pilot forgot his passport and they need to come pick it up, but either way they're going back to the gate for thus far reasons unknown. Next up, KLM A321neo, flight 1005. NK4, in a hurry. KLM flight 1005 going to London Heathrow. This is fax C. Brand new airplane. First flight according to flight radar, November 2024. Now, probably said that Flores just now gifted 17 memberships. That's probably the blue message. This is me manually giving the right message. Flores Hendricks just now celebrating 17 months of membership, and he writes, wow, 17 months already. Keep up the good work, boy. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, Flores. I will definitely do my best to keep it up. I will resort to blue pills if need be, but I hope I will be able to manage without. Thank you so much for all the support, and I hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. It seems that bird control is now inspecting the runway. Yep, it's definitely on the runway, inspecting the runway. So, no departure to London just yet. Wonder why that is. It seemed to be very much in a hurry to get over to the threshold. So could it be that maybe somebody reported that they lost something, they heard something, they felt something, they saw something? Dear Contour says inspecting because MP says smell of rubber in the cockpit. Okay. That's interesting. W says, Compass Air Cargo 747 turning in for the Takeoffs. I also saw that. That was arriving. Let me zoom out a little bit. On my flight radar, I do have inbound 747s visible as well. Yeah, keep track of that. That's still pretty far away. That's still several minutes out. What else is coming this way? Let's have a quick look. There are widebodies coming. 767 by the looks of it. No, that's a Dreamliner. Flight 361 to Willemstad Curaçao. That's a 7878 Dreamliner, and Delta Airlines to Salt Lake City is behind it. That is an A330neo. Why is it going to the left? To its left? Ah! Inspection is over. The A321neo is pulling up. Resumption of normal operations, it seems like. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined. I see that Evan is also back. Top of the morning, Senor Rodriguez. Hope all is well on your end. Welcome to all others who have joined. Militarific, good morning. Patrick, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is looking to the north. This is looking to the west. This is looking to the east. This is looking to the south. Now a long distance headshot with Delta Airlines flight 57, which is going to go to Salt Lake City. Ed, goedemorgen. BBQ Donkey, good morning. Yeah, there you go. That's the wrong message. That's the automated widget. I'm still keeping the automated widget active because we still need to test its functionality with respect to new memberships. If all is well, it should trigger an automated message when somebody who never was a member before becomes a new member. So that is why I am keeping it on to see if that is working. In the meantime, Evan is celebrating 26 months of membership. He writes, hola mis camarades, espero que estén bien, fuck ice. All is well over here, mates. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. Yeah, interesting things are going on in the world. And that isn't necessarily a good thing. Of course, let's refrain from getting too political here. Now, let's see. It's okay, Evan, it's okay, mate. I'm also keeping an eye out to the right because Compass Cargo is coming, a 747. It's approaching the Polderbaan, runway 06. I think I have it. So instead of filming a dime in a dozen EasyJet, let's have a look at this. There she is. Let me quickly zoom out on Flight Radar as well so that I may be able to click on the label. This is Compass Air Cargo flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo. Arriving from Dubai World Center, 6 hours 18 minutes on the way, so that is approximately the same duration as the A380 usually takes to get from Dubai International over to Amsterdam. Lima Zulu Charlie Juliet Charlie is the registration. It is a 747-400, number 9 on Flight Radar, tracked by 626 people. 22-year-old airplane, first flight November 2002. What a nice transition. Don't have to do anything. Schiphol just takes care of it itself. There you go. And indeed, I also saw when I was zooming out on Flight Radar that the Singapore 747 was also alive on Flight Radar. That's also coming this way. Awesome. Bevroren Patat should be on board Singapore Airlines, the A350. Seated on the left-hand side, we should also be seeing a light from him shortly. In the meantime, this is Delta Airlines Flight 57 to Salt Lake City in Utah. November 404 Delta X-Ray is the registration. Hey Martin, good morning mate. Rosalie, goedemorgen. Some Dutch guy, good morning. Drippy Duck, good morning. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. And here we see a 5-year-old Delta Airlines A330neo rotating, taking off to Salt Lake City. Fireworks being set off by K4 over there. Happy New Year, everybody. May all your wishes come true in the new year. Now, I spy with my little eye another Quad Squad member. SLM Flight 993 to Paramaribo in Suriname. It's an A340-600. widebodies exodus in progress. TUI Dreamliner to Curaçao. Belgium registered, it's the OOJDL. K4 once again going to pass by from left to right in the foreground. And there's the A340, 600, the Dows. Paul is also back in the chat, good to see you mate, hope all is well. Evan says, whenever you're ready for a shot of vodka, I mean vodka, absolutely. I just took a couple. It's perfect vodka weather today. Alright, Delta Airlines flight 143. Next to take off to Seattle, Washington. A330-300. That says that the next try of the KLM A330 to Sint Maarten is estimated to be around 11:23. Thanks for the heads up, Lutz. Looking forward to seeing it again. Flood. Jacob, goedemorgen. And good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. I totally realized I haven't updated the weather yet. Let's have a quick look because it is definitely a bit warmer. The wind might also have changed a little bit. So quick look at the METAR. This is the one I had pasted in the ticker. It's from 9:25 local time, so still from a long time ago. It's almost 11 right now. Is the one from 5 to 11 already available? If not, then at least we'll at least have the one from 10:25. Variable wind. 4 knots, 21 degrees C. It's not Cavo K because we have few clouds at 1600 feet. But that's okay. The wind is predominantly coming from the north today and in the next couple of days. So don't expect any changes in runway use anytime soon. Let me quickly update the METAR in the ticker. Then it is back to the camera controls. We have SAS in the meantime lined up over there. That should be on its way to, let's have a look, Copenhagen. It's an Embraer 195, not an E2, but a regular Embraer 195, flight 552. Embraer 195 long range. 18 years old, first flight somewhere in 2007. Wolfgang says 747 over New Vennep inbound. Let's have a look. See if we can find it already. Goedemorgen. Met wie heb ik het genoegen? Siep? Ja.
Ik ben Lammert.
Lammert en Siep, goedemorgen heren. Komen jullie van ver?
Groningen.
Ik dacht zoiets al te horen, ja, dat jullie niet helemaal uit de buurt kwamen, uit Groningen. Welkom heren. Nee hoor, ik vind het geen probleem. This is Cathay cargo coming in, but it coincides with the departure of a Suriname A340-600. So unfortunately we'll have to let go of the Queen. This is of course something that we are seeing up close. The Dows is leaving for Paramaribo, Suriname flight 993. Alright, she's off the ground. 50 feet. 100 feet. 150 feet. Nah, she's climbing alright. The gear is retracting. Everything seems to be working. And as she is climbing out, let me quickly go over to the computer, because in the meantime P-Bucket just now gifted 5 memberships. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. If you are one of the recipients of P-Bucket's gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you to P-Bucket. Enjoy the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. And if you are enjoying the membership, don't forget you can also extend it yourself, or maybe make somebody else happy with a gifted membership. P-Bucket, thank you so much for your generosity, and welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. KLM 777 to Houston, 777-200 Papa Hotel, Bravo, Quebec, Charlie. In the meantime, also a massive big thank you to Boreas for your super chat. Op naar de 50k subs, onwards towards the 50k subs. Thank you so much, Boreas. I think it's going to take longer than we now expect it to take. Seems that after the good week we've had with a lot of new viewers tuning in for the NATO summit, now all of a sudden the channel has completely dropped in the algorithm. I think it has to do with the average view duration. So everything is grinding to a halt. Hardly any new subscribers after the last couple of streams, and a lot of unsubscribers in the days that I haven't been streaming. So it's going to take a long time, but we will get there eventually, Boreas, and I hope you are going to be around to witness it. Would be nice if we were to make it before the end of the year, wouldn't it? Not sure if it is feasible, but we should see. Sound balance is perfect today, Wolfgang says. Thanks for the feedback, mate. The balance is mostly due to the ambient. We can do that a little, we can raise it or lower it a little bit depending on the wind and the sort of traffic. Voiceover mostly is the same setting. I've tried to dial in the Sennheiser so that it is roughly equivalent to the same volume that I had with the DJI mic. I've also got the DJI mic with me, and I've programmed the ATEM Mini such that in the second audio in channel I can now put the DJI mic, and I can have 2 guests co-host and have them mic'd up as well. So the setup, because of the purchase of the Sennheiser, now also allows me to have 3 speakers, including me being mic'd up in the chat from now on. So if anybody is up to co-hosting, let me know. This is Bulgaria in the meantime. Bulgaria that's an A220 going to Sofia. Singapore Cargo 747 is also on the move. Ja, de 747 van Singapore die is nu aan het taxiën en die is nu net de A4 aan het oversteken. Dus die moet nog om de thresh... Nee, het is nu 11 uur, het is nu 11 uur geweest. Dus tussen 11 uur en 11 uur 40 is alleen de Polderbaan open voor departures. Dus alles wat nu beweegt en outbound is, dat gaat hierheen komen. Tot ongeveer 11 uur 40. Als het goed is. Uitzonderingen daar gelaten. Maar de 747 is al toegewezen voor Polderbaan. Dus die komt hierheen. De Singapore 747 already has been assigned to the Polderbaan, is what I'm saying. To the ground crew sitting here. Who were wondering if the 747 is on the move and is coming this way. In the meantime also... Fire. Fire. Better put that with the rest of the fire. Dear Sir / Madam. I'm emailing you because of a fire. Now that's too formal. This is Bulgaria flight 462 going to Sofia in Bulgaria. It says so on the tin. Is what it says. Bulgaria with emphasis on the Seamlessly switching between languages, yeah. The smoke is Karen burning her ticket. Oh, so that's the vibrations I was also feeling. That's her stomping in anger. In the meantime, also a massive big thank you to Arsenio for your super chat, mate. No accompanying text along with it, but that's okay. Thank you so much for your generosity. Much appreciated. We have another Embraer 195 from SAS going to Oslo. The Sursum. That's Sierra Echo Romeo Sierra Mike. Pigeon. It is a pigeon. Interestingly, also some movement at the fire station, it seems like. The firefighters have brought out their engines and I'm not sure, I haven't seen them yet. So I'm not sure if they are still going to go for a round or if they already did that. If they did do their round already, I didn't see it, and they already had to have returned before I even arrived on the scene here, which was shortly after 9 o'clock. Pretty sure that they did not do their rounds yet. I spy with my little eye Queen number 2, Singapore Airlines cargo, about to come over here. Will arrive here in a couple of minutes. More big hitters are coming. More Singapore in the foreground already. The Singapore A350 with bevroren patat on board. Seated at 18A, was it? Or it was shortly before the wings or just over the wings, right? PH Pigeon. Hey Olaf, good to see you again, mate. Welcome back. Hey Jesse, goedemorgen. Seat 31A. Thanks for the feedback, guys. I'm doing well, yes sir, having a great day here today. Lovely weather, it's not too warm, it's not too cold. There's a bit of wind. And we have A350s, the A340, two 747s. What more could a person ask for? Now, is BA going to use Cheater's Lane and go in front of the A350? The answer is no. Now this is going to London. London? Yes, London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Singapore Airlines. And where is she? Where did she go? Where did she go? More Singapore Airlines. Hadn't you heard yet, Paul? This one is your suggestion and I wholeheartedly agree and support it. That was a stupendously good suggestion. Alright, so looking for the light seat 31A bevroren patat on board this airplane. It should be in the vicinity of the wing. Singapore Airlines, flight 323 to Singapore. Bon voyage, bevroren patat. The 9 Victor Sierra Juliet Golf. Phew, that all moved by so quickly. Were you guys able to see something? I hope you guys saw bevroren patat's light because I thought I saw something, but it looked like it was more behind the wing. No, right. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, BA flight 437 to London Heathrow up next. And this is Jeff. G-E-U-U-F is the registration, which you probably pronounce something to the extent of Jeff. Juve? Or is it Juve? Juvie. Juvie is coming. 23-year-old airplane, first flight June 2002. Right, nobody reporting having seen a light. So I'm not the only one who struggled to see something. More Singapore Airlines. More 747s. It's the second of the show. It's coming this way. It's going to take off in minutes from now. 2 narrowbodies preceding it, but it also looks like it is, it is overtaken by an Embraer 175. They're all going to the runway threshold. Nobody is checking cheater's lane. Would be nice if the 747 took cheater's lane, wouldn't it? But we all know that's not going to happen ever. Hey, 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 what is that in the background? What is that in the background? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Zien jullie dat ook in de achtergrond? Nog één. Saudia. 3 queens, 1 show. The A340 as well. If we are going to see the A380 land later in the show, we will have a full quad show. What the fudge? Nou, precies. Als je uit Groningen helemaal hier naartoe komt, dan wil je ook wel een beetje leuke kisten zien. Dus helemaal terecht. The lads sitting next to me are from Groningen, which, if you don't know, the Netherlands is, well, I'm not sure if, I think Maastricht is probably further away from here, but it is definitely one of the furthest locations you can drive to that still qualifies as being in the Netherlands. It's in the northeast of the Netherlands. The northeasterly most province of the Netherlands, in fact, Groningen. And Groningen is the name of the city, the capital of that province as well. About 2 hours of driving this way. Meer, even more. Now for us Dutchies, that is a lot. Of course, almost everybody else in the world lives in a bigger country and thinks, oh, 2 hours. Psh. That's what I drive back to the supermarket if I forgot milk. Ah, in Pieterburen. Ah, ja. De groeten aan oom Denne. Denne? D-E-D-D-E, Denne. Oom Denne, groetjes. Wil je eventjes zwaaien in de camera? Of, ja, dan draai ik even bij. Goeiedag, oom Denne. Was het oom of oma? Opa. Oom, ja, uncle Denne. Awesome. Right, Lil Embraer 175. That's peanuts. Singapore Airlines cargo. That's 747 number 2. And 747 number 3 is also coming already. What? Air Europa blocking our view. Assholes. Contrails in the sky, also visible right now. Twin jet coming this way. In Nepal, remember to leave a like. Feel free to help the channel reach a wider audience of like-minded people. If you haven't done so already, liking and subscribing is a free and easy way to help this channel. Singapore Airlines cargo on its way to Mumbai in India. Thank you, Ari, who mentions in the chat what the contrail was that I've just now briefly caught a glimpse of. Lufty A330 Frankfurt to Austin. Oh. Hey, Lance also in the chat. Good to see you, mate. And we have Yorkshire Biker and Biker. We have an A330 over here. We have a Dreamliner over there. And what is this? It is the third 747 of the show, coming this way, Saudia. This is Delta Airlines Flight 135 to Detroit, Michigan, the November 831 November Whiskey. What a show it has been thus far. The Orange Pride, A340, 747s. A rejected takeoff. What an eventful show it has been thus far. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed a lot already. The Orange Pride taking off to Lima in Peru earlier in the morning. KLM A330 not taking off and going back to the gate, although it is expected again within minutes if all is well. This is the third 747, 747 that is going to take off from this runway as well. Howdy Robin, goedemorgen. Brandon, good morning. Mark, goedemorgen. Air Europa path to Madrid is up next. Flight 1098. Echo Charlie, November Zulu Golf. Hey there, Deb. Good morning. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined as well. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy, and this is the third 747 taking off in the show already. What a show it has been. In the meantime, also a massive big thank you to P-Bucket for your super chat. Geniet maar van een ijskoud Red Bulletje. Enjoy an ice cold Red Bull. Red Bull geeft je vleugels, right? Red Bull gives you wings. Thank you so much, mate. I will definitely enjoy a drink. Although, Red Bull, well, with vodka is a nice combination. You did used to drink that when I was smaller, younger, and more appetite for sweet things. It was very sweet, but it was at certain times tasty, but only in moderate dosages. Thank you so much, P-Bucket. This is Saudia Cargo. Queen number 3, going to the yacht. What a machine, what a machine. Can't believe that this is the third departure of a 747 in the show already. I could get used to this, you know? Ugh, wow, look at how much the far right engine is smoking. That doesn't seem healthy. They're all a bit smoky, but the right outer engine is definitely burning oil at an unhealthy rate. Wow. Yeah. Holy shizzle. Should have added tequila. TVRs are rocket fuel, and as a bonus they taste like cough medicine, so you can fool yourself, they're good for you. So you mean tequila, vodka, and then Red Bull. Wow. Right, it's back to narrowbodies for the time being. This is SAS flight 552 going to Stockholm. Seru. S-E-R-O-U is the registration. A320neo. 5 years old, first flight December 2019. And yes, that is another Delta in the background, which will be leaving next. Combo shot with the 747. Excellent. What a sight to behold. Yeah, and so they are apparently fortifying the dikes over here and to make sure that Schiphol doesn't sink into the realms of hell, I guess. I don't know, but it looks all tidy on this end. It looks like they are still working on the north end. Now, tomorrow I will not be returning here because there's a triathlon being held here, and the whole area, Polderbaan area on this side, is going to be closed off. So tomorrow you can expect an arrivals stream at the Takeoffs from yours truly. The wind is not going to change. So departures to the north and arrivals from the south and southwest for the next couple of days. This is Delta Airlines flight 49 going to New York, JFK, November 421 Delta X-ray. Klaas is signing off. See you later, Klaas. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for stopping by, mate. Up. And away. Hey there, Mr. Marco. Droog bier, goedemorgen. Laxbro, good morning. LP Vaart, goedemorgen. LP Vaart says 747 above you. Thanks for the heads up, mate. It's not producing a contrail, but I was able to see it in a patch of blue. Should be over there. Let's see if we can zoom in a bit. Yes, more 747s. Is that Lufty or what? So yeah, not all airplanes passing overhead are producing contrails. Earlier I thought somebody was also mentioning about a 747 or an A340 passing overhead. Was looking up, wasn't able to see anything. It's one of those days where not all airplanes passing overhead are producing contrails. Ah, it's the YT Retro Lufty, YouTube Retro Lufty. Runway 36 right has also opened up for arrivals, so it's converging arrivals right now. Which is logical if only one runway is open for outbound traffic. It's now 11:28, so in approximately 10 minutes from now I am expecting the center runway to reopen for outbound traffic. This is Sun Express. And after that, a CRJ from Lufty. It's the Yankee Tangy. Sun Express, the Kayseri in Turkey. This is the TC SUP. Stop supping. Oh, that's supping with a B. John McKenzie also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. And welcome to all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. I'm stood here at Polderbaan, runway 36 left. Primary runway for departures. Secondary runway is the center runway, which I think will open up again in about 10 minutes or so from now. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed quite the show already. Featured earlier in the show today has been the KLM Orange Pride taking off to Lima in Peru from the Polderbaan. And we have seen 3 747s, all 3 taking off from this runway. In addition to that, we also saw a rejected takeoff by a KLM A330 for change. Chinese A350 is coming this way, looking a bit angry. I don't want to go back to China, is what it seems to be saying. And there, it's so small, I almost pass over it. First, CRJ of the show, Lufthansa flight 2303 to Munich. Delta Alpha Charlie November Romeo. Mitsubishi CRJ 900 long range. 14-year-old airplane, first flight January 2011. Indeed, yes, if you are enjoying what you're seeing thus far and you want to help this channel reach a wider audience, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. It is a free and easy way to support the channel, bring in more awesome people like you guys are, who are into aviation and like streams like these. And the CRJ is on its way. Back to Munich, hey hey. Again, a nice combo shot there with the previous airplane to the right. And you can see the CRJ's engines are also smoking, but not nearly as much as that 747's outer engine just now. And Marissa hears the Singapore Queen flying over her right now. Can you see, is it still smoking? Oh no, it was Salia, wasn't it? Now there is a contrail passing overhead. I can hear it, I can see it. Well, I could see it. Yeah, that looks like Delta, doesn't it? That looks like a Delta A330. Yeah, thought I saw it being mentioned on the bottom of the tin. China Airlines A350 going to Taipei. Before it's taking off, I'm going back to the computer and manually highlight the very, very generous super chat there of Ali AJ, who writes, time for me to go to chores, sadly. Thank you for an awesome stream as always, boy. Enjoy the rest of your day, boy. Mods and everyone in the chat, back tomorrow. Ali, thank you so much for your generosity. You did not have to give such a generous super chat to say goodbye. You know that, hopefully. Thank you so much for your generosity. It was a pleasure to have you in the chat, and I hope you will have a good one today. Hope to see you again tomorrow. If all is well, I should be streaming from the Takeoffs then for arrivals. This is China Airlines, flight 74, arriving from, going to Taipei. In what some call Taiwan and others call China. If you like your A350s, you are in luck. Quite a few we have seen already from Delta. We were also lucky enough to see the Singapore Airlines A350 take off from this runway as well. Next up is going to be a Turkish A330 to Istanbul. There it is, flight 1952. That's the Tango Charlie Juliet November. Ah, Salia's flight path further to the south, so Marissa will not be able to see it. I wonder how much of that smokiness you can see if it accelerates to increasingly higher speeds. Probably not that much, but maybe you can still see it. Peter also returning to the chat. Good to see you, Mr. Olding. Hope it was well. Albert, good morning. And good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. Turkish flight 1952. And the airplanes coming to the Polderbaan are still traversing the center runway directly. So that's to me an indication that they haven't reopened the center runway yet. It's not to say it's not going to happen anytime soon. Howdy Gerrit, goedemorgen. Gerrit asks an interesting question. When will the first KLM A350 appear? That's a good question, to which I do not know the answer. If there is anybody in the chat who knows more, by all means, indulge us with your knowledge. AMS Live, Forum Edition. If you think you're hearing something, it is the grass being cut over here. Is that a John Deere tractor? No, it's RV, it's Fendt. It's a Fendt. Nice. In the meantime, looking up, a bit more cloudiness right now. Makes it harder to spot contrails. I am hearing an airplane passing by overhead, but I'm not able to see it, nor do I see any contrails. It seems, I'm not sure if I can show you. No, I think it is too low in the grass. No, there it is. Maggie the bloody magpie key. Over there. In the meantime, more airplanes are coming this way. Starting off with EasyJet to Newcastle. JetBlue to Boston will be next. Sarah, are you still with us? It's coming home. American Airlines is also on the move. That's behind the JetBlue, which we are... Are we able to see it? Huh, interesting. Where did it go? Huh, no idea. This is the KLM A330 going to Toronto, so this is not yet the one that boarded earlier. Good morning Sven, good morning Eftel boy, good morning to all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. And boy, what a show it has been thus far. If you joined us only later, you may have missed quite a lot already. The PHBVA Orange Pride taking off from the Polderbaan. 3 747s took off from Polderbaan earlier. The A340-600 departed from Polderbaan as well. And we saw a rejected takeoff by a KLM A330 that was supposed to go to Sint Maarten but went back to the gate eventually. What else is in store? I don't know, but let's find out. Plan is to stick around until the rush hour between 1 and 2 o'clock has come to an end. It can be around 2, it can be a bit earlier depending on the flow of traffic. This is an A319 to Newcastle. What's the status quo on the parking lot of the Spottersplatz itself, you might wonder? Well, there's a camper, a couple of cars, and the French fries truck is also there. Well, I say French fries, but I should say more generally fries truck. Oerfried is what it says. Now, for some reason, the standing portaloos are taped off with duct tape. Apparently they have broken down or something before they added an additional Dixie. So you can still go to the loo. In fact, in the Dixies there's also a urinal on your left where you can just pee while standing if you're a man. Quite clearly a 777-300 from Emirates. The tractor is still driving around, mowing the lawn. In the meantime, JetBlue has arrived on the scene over here, is making its way over to the runway threshold. There it is. First plane already about to line up on center, Marissa says. So yeah, it is 11:40, so... And there it is. First airplane taking off from center. Was to be expected. It's a 737. Hey, what's that? That's one of the police helicopters, isn't it? I think it is. Now, earlier we saw the fire engines being in front of the fire station. I haven't seen them driving around. They don't seem to have left. They're probably back inside again. Not sure if it had to do with the tanker truck that we also happened to see when the fire engines were out. Maybe the tanker needed to be inside the station, or they need to refuel the fire engines and they did that outdoors. Not sure. Here is JetBlue. It's going to go to Boston shortly. Before it's doing that, I'm going over to the computer because Martin Air just now celebrated 20 months of birth, 20 months of membership. Yes, al 20 maanden, dat ga ik vieren vanavond, which translates to yes, 20 months already. I am going to celebrate tonight. Martin, dankjewel. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. I hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Let me know if something is running low in supplies or if something is no longer to your liking, and let me see what I can do to fix it. Dankjewel Martin, thank you so much for your ongoing support. 20 months, 20 maanden. That means 4 more months and you'll be turning blue. Nog 4 maanden en je wordt blauw. The platoon of blue members growing by the day. Effing A. This is JetBlue, flight 632 to Boston, Massachusetts, an A321neo. West 010, goedemorgen, good morning. Which, just a hunch, is somebody who lives in the west of Rotterdam. 010, just a hunch. Just a hunch. JetBlue indeed, Nick. Droogbier says, still looks weird transatlantic on a narrowbody. It is still something that some people need to get used to. I'm not sure if I would feel comfortable going over such a big body of water on a narrow body. Then again, the fact that it is a twin-engined airplane doesn't matter. Huh? I mean, widebodies are also twin engines, so that fact should not hold you back. It's just the duration and the comfort that you probably have on board. Yeah, Rotterdam, West 010. As I thought, living in Rotterdam, 010. That's the area code. And this is of course American Airlines, in case you hadn't noticed. And once again, the engine sounds of an A330 that you probably pick up on the mic. As soon as those engines turn towards you, they immediately become noticeable on the microphone. They overwhelm everything that you hear on the ground over here. Whenever there is an A330 in the vicinity, it's the loudest thing that you hear. With the exception of course, airplanes that are spooling up to take off. This is KLM flight 691 going to Toronto in Canada. It's the Faka, as in how's your mother, Faka? PHAKA, also known as Faka. 13-year-old airplane, first flight February 2012. Alright. Takeoff thrust set. That looks more promising than the PHAOD that we saw earlier that was supposed to go to St. Maarten. You can see that this airplane also has a separate carry cabin. Alright, gear is beginning to retract. It's going to take a few minutes. Slowest gear retraction in the game, I think. Or do you guys know of an airplane type that is even slower? Also, here's something passing by overhead, a twin jet, but now a cloud is in the way. It was producing a contrail, but something in the way. Parallel departures once again in progress until approximately 1 o'clock, from 1 till 2. Another inbound rush hour, and that means everything outbound will go via Polderbaan once again, like it did in the previous 40 or so minutes. Plan is to stick around until that peak has ended. And now we wait for new traffic to come to the Polderbaan. The next airplane coming this way, already visible in the distance. That's a Dreamliner from American Airlines going to Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas. And I'm also hearing something with a propeller. And I'm looking up to see if I am able to spot something. Hearing it is not an issue, seeing it is. You'd think it is somewhere overhead, not too far away. The lads are also looking. It's always hard to find a small airplane with a propeller that is flying overhead, but high enough for it to be very, very small and low enough for it not to produce a contrail. Michael also back in the chat, good to see ya. KL787 is on the move again. Marissa says, so that's the A330 that rejected its takeoff initially. Went back to the gate and now back on the move. Out again, I hope. Or is it being towed to Schiphol Oost? The ultimate walk of shame. American Airlines will be the next departure here from the Polderbaan. And the Qatar 777 freighter is lined up on center, Wolfgang says. Thanks for the heads up. Contrails are passing by. Right in my zenith there are low clouds. That makes it a bit hard to see the airplanes. Ah, Chris is tuning in from Rwanda, which is in... Good to see you, Chris. Hope all is well. The lads are enjoying the sound effect. That's the one. That's the one. And here is the Qatar 777 freighter that just now took off from center. Okie-doo, and also Nick is tuning in from rainy Cape Town, which is in South... Oh. No need to double click. Salia 747, downwind for 24. You probably mean runway 06 then, or is it taxiing around the runway coming this way? Gerald asks, chance of showers this afternoon? If all is well over here in the Netherlands, it should stay dry. And if all is well, it should also stay dry tomorrow and the next day. Here we have American Airlines on its way to Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas. This is flight 221, the November 871 Alpha Yankee. Once again, a little test fire over there. You can also see the mock-up airplane with the semi-tail. So that is where the firefighters are practicing fires. And KLM flight 787 is turning around the southern threshold of the center runway, coming this way. On that center runway threshold, we have KLM flight 1443. That's an Embraer 190 to Bordeaux, the Red Wine Express in other words. But the airplane that initially rejected its takeoff and was supposed to go to Sint Maarten is returning. It went back to the gate. But now they are on their way over here again. Right. Seems that the fire has been extinguished. What's the status quo in the tower? Let's have a quick look inside. So, is that only... Oh no, that's 2 people. Are there just 2 controllers over there? Are you guys watching AMS live? We know that the stream has a couple of seconds of delay. If you go sit down again, person on the left, we know that's the secret sign to indicate that you guys have been watching the chat and the stream. Yeah, no, he's continuing to walk. Oh wait, no, he is sitting down. There you go, confirmation. ATC is also watching. There you go. Right. If all is well, pretty soon from the right we are going to see KLM flight 787 to Sint Maarten. The airplane that initially went back to the gate but now is coming out again to play. Speaking of play, don't think we've seen play yet, have we? No. Alright, looking on flight radar, what else is on the move? There is a 787-9 to Bangalore from KLM that is approaching the threshold of the center runway. That's going to take off from the center runway as next airplane to that runway. 747 is flying over New Vennep. Thank you so much, Wolfgang. Can already see it, I think. Or is that the preceding airplane? Yeah, that's the preceding airplane. Right, so over there we should start seeing a Saudia 747. We saw one taking off, and we are about to see one. Well, not land. That's something we cannot see from over here, but we ought to see its final miles towards runway 06. Saudia cargo flight 933 arriving from Jeddah should become apparent, should become visible over here pretty soon. It's a bit hard to see through the bushes. The pipes are also in the way. The pipe bridge, actually. So we are, there we go. I was about to say, we're waiting for Saudia flight 933 to become visible, but there it is, arriving from Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. The 9H, aka the 9 Hakka. Five hours and 24 minutes. This airplane is now underway. This is a 747-400, the BDSF. 30-year-old airplane. First flight January 1995. It doesn't seem to be smoking nearly as much as that other airplane was. Obviously, this airplane's engines are warmer and are running on lower RPMs. So if it is smoking, it is less easy to see. Better combustion, I think. Not sure. Wagner is also back. Bon dia. Richard, goedemorgen. Nick asks if it is possible to get the ATC feed. It definitely is. If you go to liveatc.net, you should find all the Schiphol live feeds, including the ATIS and whatnot, and ground. So if you want to listen in, that's definitely possible. liveatc.net, no need to register. The streams aren't always up, but most of the time they are. K4, in the meantime, inspecting the runway. Ford Ranger Raptor. Hey, gefeliciteerd Sefula, who passed the exams. I'm assuming that's what you mean. Or is it for your driver's license? 1 en 2 Waterweg, goedemiddag, good to see ya. Right, so this airplane we already saw before this morning. KLM flight 787 to St. Maarten. PHAOD is its registration. And it rejected its takeoff earlier in the morning. For reasons unknown, it went back to the gate. And now it is back again. Guess who's back? Back again. KLM's back, tell a friend. It's not going to use Cheater's Lane. Now, it was AJ who mentioned that there was one vent open. Now, it seems that there are two open. It's a symmetrical thing. So that at least has changed compared with what it was first time it was here. Okay. What's that sound? It sounds like it is releasing pressure or something.
Flat tire.
Yeah. Or a flat tire or something. Huh. I'm not sure if the mic picked that up and if you guys were also able to pick up that sound. It sounded like psh or something. Wow. No. It just seems like the one side is open. Maybe it's a unilateral thing on the A330, I don't know. The tractor is also coming this way again, to my left. Right, well, the A330 has taken off without any issues by the looks of it. The gear is also retracting. Maria also back in the chat, good to see ya. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, we are here at runway 36 left, the Polderbaan. Now one of two runways open for departures, and boy, what a show we've already had. This airplane that we just now saw take off successfully rejected its takeoff initially earlier in the morning and went back to the gate. In addition to that, we have seen the KLM Orange Pride taking off here. We have seen no less than 3 747s taking off from this runway as well. We've seen several 747s land to runway 06. Quite a few A350s we have seen as well. The pressure vent for the steam boiler of the steam engines, Wolfgang says. Yeah, maybe it was the espresso machine relieving some pressure. Could be it. In the meantime, over here, departure from the center runway. Air Astana, undoubtedly on its way to Atirau then. Over here, we have to go without narrow bodies for a bit longer. I know you guys are here for the narrow bodies, but yeah, more wide bodies coming this way. Delta Airlines Flight 243 is next. However, you guys that are narrow bodies fans are going to be in luck. After that, 2 narrow bodies, you can see them already. In the middle we have KLM Flight 1167, which is going to go to Bergen. That is a 737-800. And after that we are going to see KLM Flight 915 to Aberdeen in Scotland. That's number 175. I agree, John, who loves the smell of freshly cut grass. I have a small patch in my backyard and I always like the smell whenever I have cut it. Don't they also use that smell in certain fragrances? The smell of freshly cut grass. In the meantime, I see that we have crossed through 500 likes, 515. Thank you all so much for the support. Your likes help to get this channel and its content above, reach a wider audience. It helps to get new people to discover the channel. People like you guys who once stumbled upon a thumbnail, clicked on it and thought, hey, this is nice, maybe I'll stick around or come back to the channel. If you want to help support the channel for free, liking and subscribing, if you haven't done so already, is an easy way to do so. At 1,000 likes, I will do another airplane dance. I can do long distance airplane dances now with good audio. For those of you who want to see less of it, I can also do an airplane dance at a distance, but with good audio, so you can hear me pant. Delta is going to the runway threshold. Will the 747 use cheaters lane? I had thought it would, but it turns out it doesn't. It's continuing. The Embraer 175 following suit then? Yep. What's up with the airplanes not using cheaters lane today? Only once did we see a cheater through cheaters lane, I think? Maybe twice. Jurien is already saying happy weekend to everybody. I am assuming that is because you are saying goodbye and have to leave us. Thanks for stopping by in that case, Jurien. You have a great day and hopefully see you again later in the weekend. Mr. Blue Sky is also back, tuning in from Sweden. We've missed you, mate. Still a lot of work here to do for you. Mr. Blue Sky, we can use your services. Good to have you, mate. Bill J also back. Slept through all the action, mate. If you were sleeping, you definitely did. The Orange Pride, 3747s, a rejected takeoff. It all happened while you were asleep, I guess. Still, better late than never. Jurgen has to go. Thank you for stopping by, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day. Careful if you go out. The sun is shining and still has a lot of strength. Make sure you guys apply sunscreen if you do go out. This was Delta Airlines Flight 243 to Boston, Massachusetts. The November 435 Delta X-Ray. Now it is time for 2 KLM narrow bodies. First of all, a 737-800 going to Bergen. After that, the number 175 to Aberdeen. What else is in store? It looks like there is a TUI Dreamliner about to turn the corner and coming this way. All Dreamliner is taking off from center right now, as we speak. Or is it? Yeah, there it is. LL 7879 Dreamliner to Tel Aviv. Meanwhile, the 737 is holding short here, and I'm looking around to see if there's a bird controller on the runway. As far as I can see, there isn't. And just as I have ushered those words, the airplane is rolling. So there you go. EK146 is taxiing. Indeed it is, Mighty Raven Dark. It is taxiing to the center runway though. Just a heads up. Oh yeah, it is absolutely coming. It's coming to go. That tractor is still mowing the lawn over there. And the wind is blowing in this direction from the tractor towards us. This is more or less the camera pointing directly into the wind. You can definitely smell the smell of freshly cut grass. Always nice. Always nice. Right, this is KLM flight 915 going to Aberdeen in Scotland. It's an M.
Bruh.
175, the Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray Romeo. And the TUI Dreamliner in the meantime has arrived on the scene over here. Feels like wind is picking up a little bit. Last time we checked the meter, it said variable wind 4 knots. I'm pretty sure there is directionality back in the wind and it is blowing from the north-northwest or something. No hay fever to my knowledge, Gerrit. I do have some sort of allergic rhinitis for which I have an antihistamine, and I did take an antihistamine already this morning because I already woke up with my left nostril being clogged. Doesn't particularly it doesn't get triggered specifically by pollen or anything. Yeah, so the wind is coming from the north according to the latest meter, which is from 15 minutes ago, 5 minutes to the hour. There is a bit of variability between the wind blowing from the northwest and northeast. 5 knots of wind. It's not exactly Cavoque. We have few clouds at 2,400 feet, and that makes it not Cavoque. Still, no rain expected anytime soon. I'm going to update the meter in the ticker pretty soon because first, TUI is leaving for Boner. Flight 393, the Papa Hotel, Tango, Foxtrot, Juliet. Flexi, flexi, flexi. Lovely. You can see they're reinforcing the dike over here, at least on the side of the Polderbaan. More is going on there in the north. Also, once again, our favorite excavator seems to have returned further to the north. Now, tomorrow I'm not going to be here because tomorrow the Polderbaan area is going to be closed off due to a triathlon being held here. So tomorrow I'm going to the Kaagbaan for hopefully sunny arrivals, but at least arrivals on the Kaagbaan. Don't think there's a lot to see further up with the sand and excavators also being there. In the meantime, Killer Spieler also has returned. Good to see you, mate. Hope all was well. Herzlich willkommen. Next airplane is KLM flight 1201 going to Oslo. This is number 175, the Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray Juliet. Eight-year-old airplane, first flight September 2016. Say doei to tui. Doei in Dutch, D-O-E-Y, pronounced doei, is the equivalent of bye. So say bye to tui. It rhymes in Dutch, say doei to tui. John.Canadian is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. You have missed quite a lot already if you only joined us just now, John. The Orange Pride took off from this runway. We had a KLM A330 that rejected its takeoff but did successfully take off not too long ago to St. Maarten. 3 Boeing 747s took off here from this runway as well. So for you and all others who joined later, you may have missed quite a few interesting airplanes already. Welcome back though, and welcome back to all others who have joined. You are still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Over here we have BA flight 431, which is going to go to London Heathrow. London? Yes, London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Behind this airplane to London is Finnair flight 1302 going to bloody Helsinki. It's not an A350 today, it's an A321 unfortunately for us. KLM 777-200 to Mumbai has been pushed back and has begun to taxi. It's going to the center runway unfortunately. But still, we should be able to see its departure from here quite well. Also having been pushed back is United flight 908, which is going to go to Chicago. That is a candidate for the runway over here. Now, 2 interesting airplanes on center runway, or at least one is lined up and the other is holding short before the threshold. ITA Airways flight 107 is now on the move by the looks of it, going to Rome. A321neo should be nice to see. After that, Emirates flight 146, that's the 777-300 to Dubai. Not sure exactly where ITA is going to appear, if it's going to rotate early or not, so let's keep the shot a little wide. It should be coming. There it is. ITA Airways flight 107 to Rome, A321neo. Flock of birds. That sounded like one of those rubber duckies. Meow. Squeak. BA continuing to the threshold by the looks of it. Alright, if all is well, next airplane in the background that should appear is the 777-300 Emirates Flight 146 to Dubai. Yep, there it is. Hadi Tris, goedemiddag. And good afternoon to all others who have joined. Next airplane is going to be BA to London Heathrow. Let me quickly go back to the threshold of Polderbaan on flight radar so that I can also click on the label. BA Flight 431, it's an A321neo. It's the G Neos. That's November Echo Oscar Sierra. And Golf, of course, before it. 6-year-old airplane already. First flight January 2019. And that's Finnair Flight 1302 to bloody Helsinki, Finland. Behind it. Next departure on the Polderbaan. Testing an automated widget today, which was coded by none other than Reticent Wife. Two functionalities it should be incorporating: new memberships, which we haven't been able to test yet, and gifted memberships. Now, it is triggering also on triggers that it shouldn't trigger to. The pop-ups are blue, for simplicity's sake, to discern between the ones I highlight manually and the ones that get automatically popped up. We're still waiting for a new member, someone who has never been a member before, that is going to become a member to see what it is going to do then. But slowly but surely we're going to get there. I'm pretty sure that humans can beat AI. This is Finnair Flight 1302 to bloody Helsinki. So if you see that somebody is celebrating a membership birthday for so many months and all of a sudden you see a blue pop-up that said person has gifted the number of memberships that they have been a member for, that is because the widget is triggering to the wrong input. Hello there, Chinese characters, welcome to the show. Unfortunately, I don't think any of us understands what you are writing in Chinese. But still, very welcome to AMS Live. Nice of you to say hi. Hope you're enjoying. What's this? It's KLM with an umbrella. I should say, it's a KLM M.
Bruh.
George, goedemiddag. And good afternoon to all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy, and we are here at Polderbaan, runway 36 left. Now one of two runways open for departures. The other runway, the center runway, open until approximately 1 o'clock, and from 1 till 2, once again, only Polderbaan is going to be open for outbound traffic. Hopefully we'll catch a few more wide bodies by then. Are there more 747s scheduled, is what I'm wondering. We've already seen 3. Hey there, the gaming legend. Marissa says, Google Translate told me, she said, geef het een duimpje omhoog, de beste. That is amazing. Thank you so much for your kind words, mate. Indeed, you are right. Don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. If you want to support this channel for free, help us reach a wider audience of like-minded people, aviation enthusiasts, who like sound effects as well, and birds. Best way to get this channel discovered by more people is when all the content has lots of likes and whatnot. Not really sure if it helps that much. I think the average view duration does more. That tanked with a lot of new viewers who normally aren't interested in aviation, but who only came in during the streams where the Air Force One was visible. It's interesting how nobody knows exactly how it works, but you are able to see the effects. Transavia in the meantime. It is Japanese. Okay, well, I didn't recognize Japanese characters in it, so I thought it might have been Chinese, but there you go. Konnichiwa to all Japanese viewers. This is KLM flight 1251. Also not going to Cheaters Lane. Only one, I think. One airplane thus far we have seen. Ah. Well, here I was thinking incorrectly, it now seems, that this was a field of wheat. I thought I saw a field of wheat, but there you go. It was just long grass because the tractor is cutting it all down. It's not harvesting wheat, it is cutting grass, so there you go. I am like Jon Snow, I know nothing. Celine is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Celine. Celine asks, speaking of birds, how are they doing? Well, today we haven't seen a lot of birds in the water. Not sure if it has to do with the dikes being fortified and reinforced, or if they have flown off spending their summer elsewhere. I thought some birds had been sighted further north. Only once did we see a duck, a dark duck, swimming by over here. The only thing that we see in the water drifting by right now is driftwood. Hey, thanks for looking that up, Marissa. Who answering my question if there are more 747s underway answered that Compass 747 is estimated to leave for Frankfurt between 1 and 2 o'clock. Hey, but that is great news, because between 1 and 2 o'clock only one runway is going to be open in full as well. So ladies and gentlemen, at the risk of jinxing anything, I am going to say it. There's a big likelihood that the Compass 747 that we saw land here earlier, well, we saw it land on runway 06, but we are going to maybe see it take off as well from the Polderbaan. That would be Queen number 4 if that were to happen. A380 in the box, livery over Lelystad, east to west, so are they going to lead it over? Are they going to lead it over the A380? Oh, you're talking about overhead traffic. Ah. I thought you were talking about Emirates Flight 147. I thought, is it early? Still a bit of fire over there. Firefighters are rehearsing and practicing, I think. Looking up right now, quite a lot of cloudiness. In the vicinity of Lelystad, clouds. Only here we have a small opening directly overhead. Also clouds. Another opening west of me. So there's a strip of clouds. I think it's a cloud street actually. Yeah, I think it is a cloud street. Looks like the wind is blowing from there more or less right now. And parallel to the direction of the wind, you can see a linear formation of a cloud street. In front of it, to my side, you can see it is open. Another cloud street here, and in between the cloud streets you can see openings. I was already zooming out of flight radar to see where Emirates Flight 147 was, but it was a misunderstanding. Mick is also back, tuning in from London in England. London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Welcome, Mick. Hope all is well. And Mr. Blue Sky is celebrating. It probably said in a blue automated pop-up that Mr. Blue Sky just now gifted 21 memberships. That's not the case. He is celebrating 21 months of membership. Very good and entertaining channel. Good job, boy. Mr. Blue Sky says, thank you so much for your kind words and for the ongoing support, mate. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Hit me up if anything can be improved or if you have suggestions. That goes for all members, of course. Thinking about custom emojis, that's something I need to look into this weekend, because I totally forgot that we need to start running polls pretty soon for the members, namely for the replacements, more permanent replacements of the temporary placeholders that are now in place for custom emojis number 33 and 34 that we got unlocked during the NATO Summit week. In the meantime, Mr. Blue Sky, once again, thank you so much for your ongoing support. 21 months and counting. 3 months, 3 more months, and you'll be turning blue as well, mate. Wolfgang has to go to the physiotherapy. Thanks for stopping by, Wolfgang. Take care, and hopefully see you again tomorrow. Gary in Amsterdam is quickly popping in during his lunch break at work. Good to see you. Hope all is well, Gary. Celine says it looks like really nice weather over there today. Well, the sun is not shining abundantly, but it is shining. It's also windy, but not excessively windy. It's a nice, cool and refreshing breeze. Temperatures, what was it? The meter, I have to check in the meter. 21 degrees C. So yeah, moderately warm, nice ambient temperature. No rain expected anytime soon. Airlines going back to Erbil in Iraq. Almost perfect summer weather. Maybe a tad more sunshine, but it is absolutely lovely weather. You're right, Celine, absolutely. Should stay this way during the upcoming weekend. Probably also next week, but you know how it is with long-term forecasts, those can change day by day. Alles goed, ja. You need to speak Dutch to Gary in Amsterdam. He needs it for his inburgeringscursus. Only address him in Dutch if you are able to speak Dutch. And only allow him to reply in Dutch. Also good exercise in written command of a language. Goldilocks temperature indeed, Celine. Well, maybe a few degrees warmer, but it is with the wind. It is absolutely lovely. Good activity weather. If it is a bit warmer than this, it is too warm to be doing anything. This is ideal weather to be going hiking, or exploring a city, going for a bike ride. Maybe a tad too cold for the beach, but it is time for United. United going to Chicago O'Hare. It is a 7878 Dreamliner, November 45905, the registration. 12-year-old airplane, first flight November 2012. E2 Embraer 195 to Adam.
Bruh.
behind it. Hey, it is Fidel Castro. Hunting for Pinky and the Brain. Alright, KLM flight 927, E2 Embraer 195 with the 1700 EJet sticker on the left side, behind the front door, below the front door if all is well. The Papa Hotel, November X-ray, Mike. And it's going to Scotland to Eden.
Bruh.
2-year-old airplane, first flight September 2022. Martijn, goedemiddag. And good afternoon to all others who have joined in the meantime. If you joined us later, you may have missed quite something already. Not only did we see the KLM Orange Pride leave for Lima in Peru this morning from the Polderbaan, we already saw 3 747s, and it looks like there's a fourth from Compass Air Cargo that is going to leave in an hour or so from now from this runway if all is well. We also saw a rejected takeoff by a KLM A330-200 that was supposed to go to St. Maarten initially. It went back to the gate initially, came back later in the morning and did succeed in taking off on its second try. So yeah. If you guys have been enjoying what you've been seeing so far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. If you want to support this channel for free and help us reach a wider audience. The E2s, I think, probably have the smallest ratio of fuselage diameter versus engine diameter, meaning that the engines are relatively biggest. I think they're bigger relatively compared with the fuselage diameter. They're definitely bigger than the GE90s are on the 777. Is there another airplane, modern day passenger airplane, that you can think of that has bigger engines, of which the engine diameter is relatively bigger compared with the fuselage diameter than that of the E2 Embraer 195? Don't think that the A220s necessarily have a bigger diameter. I'm wondering if there's anything else that you can think of. Gerrit has to sign off. Thank you for stopping by, Gerrit. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully see you again later in the weekend. Is that the A350-1000 from Cathay on the move? It looks like it, doesn't it? It is. Play is also on the move. Play is right next to it according to flight radar. Oh yeah, a little bit before it, I think. That's it, isn't it? Yes, that is it. Also the tail of the A350 World to Flight Corendon over there. Now, with the current time, 12:35, and another estimated 25 minutes of parallel departures, I am not optimistic of our chances of seeing the A350-1000. It has probably been assigned to the center runway. We should be able to see it nicely from the side, of course, from over here. Yeah, it is going to the center runway, Mercer confirms. As expected, not unexpected, but still. Can't have it all, can you? EasyJet also foregoing Cheater's Lane. I think it's been only one, or maybe two, but I think only one E2 Embraer from KLM that took Cheater's Lane here thus far today. Don't recall any other airplanes. Peter is also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Ooh, nice bike ride, 40 kilometers. I was just mentioning that today the weather is such that it is perfect activity weather. Going for a bike ride, ideal weather for it. Hope you didn't forget to put on sunscreen, because even though there are still clouds in the sky, you can still burn easily this time of year. Transavia leaving. I forgot to unlock my tilt axis, so I cannot move with it upwards. Hence the zoom out. That's just me trying to save face. Time for a quick sip. Alright, this is EasyJet flight 25531 to Bristol. A319. Up, and away. Hey! Cathay 747 assigned to runway 36 left. Estimated time of departure 1:07. That's good news, W. So that and the Compass 747, that means 5 747s coming this way, taking off from this runway if all is well. Cathay Pacific 747 die gaat om even over 1. Komt ook deze kant op. Even over 1. 7 minuten over 1. Staat nu al in het systeem als toegewezen aan de Polderbaan. Is die? Nee, ja, ze hebben een schema. Maar ze vliegen natuurlijk wel eens, ze vertrekken wel eens wat later of wat eerder. Soms hebben ze tegenwind, soms hebben ze meewind. Dus de aankomsttijd is nooit 100% vast te stellen. En afhankelijk van de tijd weet je op welke baan die gaat komen. Want soms hebben ze 2 banen open, soms hebben ze er 1 open. Is er 1 open, dan gaat hij naar die ene baan. Zijn er 2 open, dan pakt hij de oostelijke. Dat vind ik heel leuk om te horen. A fixed part of the life of the ground crew. That is amazing. We were just discussing about the A380, if it is on a fixed schedule or not, and I just explained that of course it has a set time of departure, but it sometimes leaves early, and more often it leaves late. Sometimes it has headwind, sometimes it has tailwind. So the estimated time of arrival varies, and depending on the time of arrival, it either is going to the one runway that is open at the time, or if there are 2 runways open, it is almost always going to the easterly-most runway of the 2 runways open for arrivals. That of course depends on what the secondary runway is, because if it is runway 22 that is open, the Oostbaan, it is too short. Well, maybe on paper it can land on runway 22, but almost always will it then be assigned to the longest runway. Ed, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Fatbike Dutch, good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Jesko, goedemiddag. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined. Quite a show you may have missed already if you joined us only just now, because we have seen 3 747s. We are going to see more though, 2 more if all is well in the upcoming hour, so if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. If those 2 747s are going to leave at the time they are now expected to leave, and from the runway they are now speculated to be leaving from, it means we are going to see 5 747s taking off. It's been a long time since we last saw that in one show. 3 747s we have already seen. The Orange Pride we have seen taking off from this runway. We've seen a KLM A330 reject a takeoff initially, went back to the gate and did successfully take off to Sint Maarten later in the morning. Vera asks if I can film the Go to Sky 737 arrival in 5 minutes. Where is it arriving from? Because right now... oh yeah, no, I think right now everything is still going to the Takeoffs, right? Bobbers is also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. Air Canada Dreamliner. And the first 767 of the show, United. This is United flight 947, which is going out to Washington in a moment. United flight 947, a 767-300ER, the November 649 Uniform Alpha. 33 years old already, ladies and gentlemen. First flight, July 1992. I was firmly in elementary school still back then, with 2 more years to go before going to middle school. What were you doing back then? I was still 10 years old. A380 to Alsmeerbound, thanks for the heads up, W. Old school airplane, old school engine sounds, though as far as I can tell right now, not nearly as smoky as that 747 from Saudi, or at least that right outer engine. Still not as clean as modern day engines are, but this is definitely smoking to a lesser extent. Right, Celine is off for a morning walk with the puppers. Enjoy your walk, Celine. Thanks for stopping by. Maybe catch you later, or if not later, then maybe tomorrow. Air Canada Flight 809 will be leaving next, going to Toronto in Canada. The Charlie Golf Hotel, Quebec. Lots of Quebecs going to Canada. What a surprise. The airplane 10 years old, first flight December 2014. It sounds derated, doesn't it? You can see this airplane too is equipped with a Karen cabin. Hey! A380 now reassigned Takeoffs, W says. Interesting. That's good news for us because it improves our visibility of it. Okay, back to the narrowbodies for the time being. This is KLM flight 1295 going to Billund. Dropping off the bills. Hey, Gretje also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. KLM flight 1295, 737-700. No Karen cabin on board this airplane. Karens will just have to sit with the rest of the plebs. It's the Papa Hotel, Bravo Golf Hotel. The airplane is 15 years old. First flight November 2009. Ooh. Sneaky bastard tried to get away, eh? Not losing my attention so quickly. This is Cathay Pacific, the A350-1000, flight 270 to Hong Kong. Unfortunately, taking off from the wrong runway. And you can see those air vents quite well. There are two over there. I think most airplanes have them. Now, pretty soon, ladies and gentlemen, members, it is time again for that one emoji. You know what time it is? Not the next airplane already, but the one after that. so you can dust it off before starting to use it. Here we go. Dave A010 also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. This is KLM flight 1177 going to Stavanger. Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray Whiskey. Whiskey. Oh. Cafe 747 active on Flight Radar W says, thanks for the heads up, mate. Indeed, let's use it anyway, Paul. Everybody already going ahead? Make the chat bleed. Any messages for us? No. Sadly not. And away she goes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, members, you know what time it is. No need to tell you twice. I already saw the chat turning red just now. Here we go. This is, of course, Play Flight 461, still flying to Amsterdam. Although, it is rumored that come October, that is coming to an end. If that's going to happen, that will free up another custom emoji, unfortunately. This is the TFPPC Papa Charlie going to Reykjavik. It's an A320neo, 2 years old, first flight October 2022. Go on, tell us twice. It's playtime, isn't it? Hey there, Tommy, who is tuning in from Finland. Good to see ya. And play underway. Hey, Jörg is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Rory remarks, very quiet engines. They are, aren't they? Bus wonders if the play already left. What makes you wonder that? All right. Ferre is really wanting to see the Go to Sky 737 to the Kaagbaan. Let's have a look and see where it is. I'll enable my inbound filter as well so that we can zoom in, zoom out a little bit. Where is that? All I'm seeing is KLM. I'm not seeing anything on Flight Radar. Has it landed already? Or is it flying on behalf of Transavia or something? Ah, it's flying on behalf of Transavia. Right. It's the all white arriving from Preveza. Right. Let's see. The preceding airplane should already have been visible. Did I miss that? Probably did. So if always well, the next airplane should be Ferre's airplane he wants to see. Is there somebody on board that you know? Hey Mike, good to see you, mate. Hope all was well. Storm Eagle, good to see you. Kaagbaan. Indeed. And this here is the Polderbaan, aka the excrement baan. And the Cathay Pacific cargo 747 is being pushed back and has been confirmed for the Polderbaan. That's good news. E2 Embraer is taking off over there. And this is Ferris' airplane that he wants to see, arriving from Preveza, flying on behalf of Transavia, flight 5792 by Go to Sky. The Oscar Mike Golf Tango Juliet. Returning from Preveza, 3 hours and 3 minutes underway. This airplane is 24 years old. First flight was in August 2000. All white. Hiding behind the trees here. You can just make it out, just about. I think we're losing it, or can we still see a glimpse of it over there? Yeah, only just. Yeah, and this is where we are actually losing the airplane. But there you go. Rolling around in cocaine livery, more like. I agree. I think that is a more appropriate description. More vivid. Speaks to the imagination better. Hey there, Alan, and all others who have joined. Marty, good to see ya. Alright, let me disable AMS inbound once again so that I only see the big airplanes, quad squad members coming in. For the rest, everything is going outbound here on my flight radar. This is KLM flight 611 going to Chicago O'Hare. The Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo India. Yeah, it's probably not going to use Cheaters Lane now, is it? No. We can dream, but of course we know better than that. It's now almost 5 minutes to 1. And if all's well, in a couple of minutes from now, around 1 o'clock, the center runway should close for outbound traffic. Everything inbound is going to arrive on Kagbaan and Aalsmeerbaan. And everything outbound should be leaving from Polderbaan only. Polderbaan, of course, being runway 36 left, the runway we are standing next to. 3 Boeing 747s we have already seen taking off here from this runway. In addition to that, the Emirates, Suriname A340 as well. We also saw the Orange Pride taking off from this runway earlier in the show. And if all is well, there are 2 more 747s that are going out and will be leaving via the Polderbaan in the upcoming hour, ladies and gentlemen. What a tremendous show it has been thus far, and what an awesome way to end the show in the upcoming hour. If all is well, center runway is going to close in a matter of minutes. It means actually that there is an inbound rush hour beginning because 2 runways will be opening up for inbound traffic. But that means that everything outbound will just be piped through this one runway being open, and that means this runway will get more busy. So I consider it an outbound rush hour, and it is the grand finale of today's stream. This is KLM flight 611 to Chicago O'Hare, 787-10 Dreamliner. The wings creep up, and then as the airplane starts to rotate and more force, more weight being put on the wings, you can see that they are actually bending through more, starting to curve, and the classical shape of the Dreamliner, the AMS Live, flying AMS Live logo is formed. Emirates A380 landing in 4 minutes, Boy is indicating. And if all is well, it should be landing here on the Kagbaan, isn't it? An Anadolu jet flying back to Turkey, probably to Istanbul. Now, also, A carrier that we haven't seen quite often before in today's stream is German Airways. This is the airplane of which we still have the emoji as temporary placeholder. This is the Pre. It used to be known as Chucky. It used to be a beautiful airplane filled with chocolate goodness. Now, just a ghost. A reminder of what used to be. Yep, Tina, that's the one. Chocolates. Lycifer Chocolaterie. Apparently no longer sponsoring German Airways. Boo on them. Hey, bon dia Marcos. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Turning and burning. Bye bye, the Pre. Wouldn't it be fun if Lycifer and German Airways decided to bring back Chucky? You think they'd do that if we'd start a petition? Get a lot of signatures. Bring back Chucky. We want Chucky back. In the meantime, a KLM A321neo to Lisbon is taking to the sky via the center runway over there in the background. KLM flight 735 is also coming this way. Hey, and it looks like maybe we are going to see another cheater on Cheater's Lane. KLM flight 677 to Calgary, a 787-10 Dreamliner is making its way over to the threshold, so I'm pretty sure this is cheater number 2. Another E2 Embraer. Wasn't the other one also going to Copenhagen? I think it was. It has a Karen cabin, you can see it already. Especially for Karen. Alright, turning and burning, question mark. It's funny, if you look back, or if you also noticed, you could see that the captain was getting up from his seat a bit to shuffle his ass, so to speak, and then sit down again. And I recall that the pilot, or the captain of the other airplane that took Cheater's Lane, I saw that do that as well. It's as if they are going to seat themselves properly, make themselves comfortable for the flight, shake it up, sit down again. Hey, Bill is also back, tuning in from Minnesota. Good to see you, Bill. What a show you have missed if you only joined us just now, mate. 3 747s took off from this runway already. The Orange Pride did too. The A340-600 from Suriname did too. And if all is well, 2 more 747 departures for the Polderbaan are expected in the upcoming hour. So, for those of you joining us later, stick around because there's plenty more coming. But then again, also plenty that you could have seen had you been here from the get-go. Luckily, there's always replay. There was also a KLM A330 that rejected its takeoff. Not Delta. KLM for once. They went back to the gate, but did come back later in the morning and did take off on second try successfully. That was KLM Flight 677 to Calgary. It is time for another wide body. This is KLM Flight 735 and that is a 777-300 going to Curaçao, Willemstad. It is the airplane that used to be known as Marissa's beloved, the PHBVD. This was one of 3 airplanes in KLM's fleet that was donned in the SkyTeam livery. Now no more. A couple of months back they repainted it back in the standard livery, unfortunately. Yin is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. And the A380 is now also on final for 06. Tak says something to keep in mind. This is the PHBVD. And the A380 is near Hoofddorp. Thanks W. Means that after this is clearing the ground, we're turning around. Make sure we catch Emirates Flight 147. And there it is already. Emirates Flight 147 arrived from Dubai. Here it is. Emirates Flight 147. The Alpha 6 Echo Oscar uniform. 6 hours and 20 minutes on the way. That's a bit ahead of schedule. The airplane is 9 years old. First flight August 2015. Oh. Right. And with the sighting of the A380, we have seen the entire quad squad today. What? Yeah, there it vanishes. We can still see the tail a little. Yeah, this is where we lose sight of it. The airplanes are now coming this way. If all is well, the only runway open for outbound traffic is Polderbaan. Runway 36 left, the runway we are standing next to. And that sounds nice, Jin. Going to New York and Fort Lauderdale on vacation. How was it? Are you still there or have you returned already? Hope you've had a good time there, mate. Those are still on my bucket list. New York, Florida. So many locations that I still want to visit at some point in my life. Liberator also back. Good to see you, mate. Dear Contour also back. Welcome one and all, guys. So yeah, if all is well, everything outbound should now be coming this way. More 747s on the way. Philip, mate, what are you doing? Thank you for the super chat and welcome back, mate. Can't get to the membership page. iPad, by the way. I'm not sure what you need to do to get that sorted. Maybe somebody else here in the chat will know what you need to do. Thank you so much, Philip, for your generosity. Hope that somebody is able to help you fix that problem with YouTube. We already saw KLM Flight 601 earlier in the show. This is KLM Flight 603 and it is going to LAX. Another 787-10 Dreamliner, the Papa Hotel, Bravo Kilo Oscar. This specific 787 Had its first flight according to Flight Radar in November 2024, so half a year old or so. Tomasuna asks, how can you easily distinguish a Dreamliner from a 777? The nose, for starters. The nose, the engine size, the engine sound, the length of the fuselage, the width of the fuselage, the tail. The tail is very different. If you know what you need to look for, you can instantaneously see if it is a Dreamliner or a 777. Over here we have KLM flight 1033, which is an M190 to Person-Chester, the Papa Hotel Echo Zulu Golf. 15-year-old airplane, first flight September 2009. Now spooling up. Hey, and the first A319 to London Luton is also taking off. It's interesting. In some streams I've got the feeling that in one stream I see 3 EasyJets going to London Luton or landing from London Luton, while in others you never see them or hardly ever. Similar with the German Airways airplanes. Only a few we have seen thus far. And in some streams you see them constantly. We haven't seen the new pointillism inspired livery yet. We do see Queen number 4 over there already. That's the Cathay Pacific Cargo 7478. Now, of course, also Emirates Sky Cargo already over here, lined or ready to go after this EasyJet has taken off. This is EasyJet flight 22516 going to London Luton. Look away if you are Luton intolerant, because it might give you the cramps, and I cannot be held accountable for any stomach cramps that you have encountered by looking at EasyJets to London Luton. You are watching this stream at your own risk. Taka says inspection because of possible bird strike. Let's see. Taka is probably listening in on ATC then. Where did I see? There it is. Vaguely visible because of the heatwave distortion, but pretty far to the north side of the runway there is a bird controller with the lights on, or was there on the runway. Now in the meantime, Queenie is coming this way. 4th time this show we are seeing this site already. What a luxury. I said it before, I'll say it again, I can grow used to getting used to this. Howdy Bart, goedemiddag. Jendrosek, goedemiddag kerel. Freddy Dutch, good afternoon. Welcome to the show everybody. Martina, good to see ya. The 4th queen of the show, ladies and gentlemen. If you joined us only later, you have missed quite a show already. A rejected takeoff by a KLM A330-200. Went back to the gate, did succeed in taking off on its 2nd try later in the morning. This is the 4th 747 that is already coming and leaving from Polderbaan. A 5th is coming. EasyJet is pulling up and is leaving for London Luton. We've seen the A340-600 taking off from this runway, going to Suriname and going to Suriname, Paramaribo, and also the Orange Pride. Which earlier in the morning left for Lima in Peru. Emirates 777 freighter Emirates Sky Cargo is now lining up on the runway, and the Cathay Queen is slowly but surely getting here. You can hear her already. In the meantime, good afternoon, GJ Photo. Thank you so much for your super sticker. Lemon looking up to our lemon character standing in a superhero position. Oh, baby lemon. Nice one, GJ Photo. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Let's quickly go over to Emirates Sky Cargo to Dubai World Center, flight 9920, the Alpha 6 Echo Foxtrot Whiskey. It's the new iteration of the standard livery with the ribbon tail. An emoji, a custom emoji that our members already have access to for a long time. Paul and Marissa and Bart, NL Fighter, already found it. There you go. Right, 2 narrowbodies, 2 737s, KLM and Transavia. I'm going to let them for what they are and continue focusing the camera on Cathay Pacific. The fourth queen of the show. It's going to go to Frankfurt. Obviously it's not going to sound that spectacular because it is just the Dreamliner's engines but double the amount. So it's not going to sound different from a Dreamliner. It is of course looking quite different. Jendrosek asks, still no towels at KFC. I don't think they have renewed the towel dispenser. No siree. Still nothing. Cathay Pacific Cargo Flight 2068 is what we are now looking at. The registration of this airplane, Bravo Lima Juliet Juliet. 7478 freighter, 12 years old already, first flight October 2012. KLM 737 in the foreground, taking off. Now interesting to see that there are more wide bodies coming this way. The wide body exodus from the only runway open for outbound traffic seems to be forming. Transavia is ready to go. What a size difference, eh? That to think that the 737 is standing a bit closer to the camera than the 747 is. Howdy Wouter, good to see you again. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. This is the fourth 747 that is going to take off from the Polderbaan in the duration of the stream. And if all is well, a fifth is still going out before the end of the hour. Compass Air Cargo. Immediately as those engines are turning towards us, those inlets, you start hearing them. Wide bodies on parade. I can see 4 coming this way if I look to the left. I'm not going to point the camera to the left because I'm going to keep the camera focused on queen number 4. What a show. 4 queens, the A340, the Orange Pride and the rejected takeoff all in one show thus far. And the 5th queen is still expected before the end of the hour, so stay tuned if you don't have anywhere to be. Gotta catch them all. United 767 is leading the pack. Cathay is going to Frankfurt. All right. What a sight to behold. Prachtig. Probably going to initiate a right-hand turn pretty soon. United Flight 21 to Houston in Texas is behind me, entering the runway to line up. That's the second 767 of the show, I think. It's turning and burning. It's turning and burning. There she is. United Flight 21 going to Houston in Texas, November 651, Uniform Alpha. And this too is not the youngest of airplanes. 32 years old already. First flight August 1992, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we have a wide body cheater on cheater's lane, ladies and gentlemen. What? That is interesting. That is interesting. 78710 to Nairobi in Kenya, which is in... Adi Roy, goedemiddag, good to see you, mate. We have Delta Airlines Flight 163. It's now spooling up. It's going to Minneapolis, Minnesota. November 820, November Whiskey. Howdy Casey, goedemiddag. And good afternoon to all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and if you joined us later today, you may have missed quite a lot already. 4 Boeing 747s have taken off from this runway already, and a 5th is expected before the end of the hour if all is well. We've seen the Orange Pride taking off from this runway. We have seen a Suriname Airways A340-600 taking off from the Polderbaan here as well. And here we have a cheater on cheater's lane. This is KLM flight 565, A78710 to Nairobi in Kenya. Flaperon's going down again. Going up, going down. It's the same that you see on the triples. Now, in addition to everything I already mentioned just now, we also saw a KLM A330-200 rejected takeoff. It was supposed to go to St. Maarten initially earlier in the morning. It went back to the gate after some initial troubleshooting. It did come back later in the morning to try again, and on its second attempt it did succeed in one go to go away. Alright, up next is another Delta A330. This is Delta Airlines flight 137 to Detroit, Michigan, November 406, Delta X-ray. And this is 5 years old, first flight April 2020. Bill asks about the RTO. Well, it happened from the threshold. It never spooled up. It basically taxied off the runway without spooling up the engines. Apparently there was already something wrong with the engines before they even got to setting the thrust. Nice combo shot with the preceding airplane still visible, even though the backdrop of clouds makes me wonder for how much longer. Well, we have our answer. Well, no, still flying in between the clouds. Alright, it looks like another cheater is on cheater's lane. This is a more familiar sight, a narrow body. KLM flight 1671 going to CTA, that's Catania, isn't it? Adrian also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. This is the Papa Hotel Bravo Charlie Alpha. And what is that in the background? Well, talking about our pointillism inspired new livery of German Airways, there we have it. Air China Cargo 332 also heading to us. Roy says, thanks for the heads up. That's always good to see. Loud mothers. Right, it's not going to be this airplane that's going to take off first. The airplane that is now spooling up on the threshold, from the threshold I should say, that's Britty Hopper going to Newcastle. Embraer 190. The 737 is still holding short here. Now, next to leave seems to be this Embraer. And that is another Embraer 190 to Glasgow, KLM flight 939. Since the next airplane in the queue at the threshold. Oh wait, no, I'm wrong. Spoke too soon. There you go. KLM will be leaving first to Catania. 737 with a Karen cabin. Turning and burning. Oh yeah, I thought I saw that also. Marissa already indicating Delta A330neo in the Team USA livery in the process of being pushed back. That's also coming. Right, German Airways Embraer 190 flying on behalf of KLM, flight 1763. It's an Embraer 190 long range, it's going to go to Bremen. 19-year-old airplane, first flight somewhere in 2006. Adrian asks if I have seen that Turkish is bringing back their 737s from Istanbul to Amsterdam. No, I have not, but that is nice. It's been a while since I last saw Turkish 737s here at Schiphol Airport, so absolutely nice. Even though the airplane type itself is a dime in a dozen, of course. Hey there, Donna. Hup, hup, goedemiddag. Thank you so much for your kind words. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. This is KLM flight 791, which is going to Sao Paulo. This was the Papa Hotel Bravo Victor Foxtrot, a 777-300ER. Another wide body over here, which is going to Rio de Janeiro pretty soon. That's a 777-200. Alright, this is the pointillistic Embraer 190 to Bremen, KLM flight 1763. And after that it is Air Oink Oink. Hey, and the Compass 747 is active on flight radar. Nice. The fifth 747 of today's show, if it is coming here to take off from Polderbaan. That would be the fifth. Absolutely amazing if you think about it. And oh yeah, Timinen is in the fake. The Papa Hotel Alpha Kilo Echo. That's above the wing, right. Well, shine the light, mate. We will try and see if we can film you. Hey, what's this? Bird in the water, but a bird that we normally don't see in the water over here that regularly. Is that Steven Seagal resting? He's just in standby mode and is letting the current drift him to the south. All passive and whatnot. like a vessel that lost control. What? I heard that. I didn't lose control. Here, look, I can swim in against the current as well. Going in circles. Awesome. Well, in the meantime, it's time for Air Oinkoink Pegasus. Going to Istanbul in Turkey. Flight 1252. This is an A321neo. Tango Charlie Romeo Bravo Juliet. 3 years old. First flight February 2022. Okay, Adriaan is also informing us that yet another 747 is inbound for Schiphol as well. Now in the vicinity of Noordwijk, so Singapore Airlines coming this way. Landing on the Takeoffs, of course, runway 06. We should be able to catch that from over here as well. This is KLM flight 1755 to Hamburg. M190 PHEXY Fexy. So a warm welcome to the show. Those of you who join us later, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and this is runway 36 left, the Polderbaan. Right now the only runway in use for outbound traffic, and that is good news. There's still a 747 coming in, but there's also a 747 leaving later in the hour, and it should be leaving from this runway. If that's going to happen, it'll be the 5th 747 in today's show that we have seen taking off from the Polderbaan. In addition to that, the Suriname A340-600 we have seen taking off from this runway. The Orange Pride KLM, the PHBVA 777. We saw a takeoff that was cancelled, a rejected takeoff if you will, by a KLM A330 that after troubleshooting went back to the gate but did succeed on its second try. Something red. The engine casing of the left engine, the front part, apparently has been replaced. And instead of something white, they replaced it with something red. Or at least that's what I thought I saw with my color deficient eyes. It's time for a few wide bodies again. 3 to be precise. 777 to Rio. And a cargo Air China to Chengdu in China. And this is an A330 to Washington. This is KLM Flight 705. Going to Rio de Janeiro, a 777-300, 200 Papa Hotel, Bravo Quebec, Bravo. And I did see correct. Thank you, Marissa. 21-year-old airplane, first flight October 2003. Again, that roar, that growl, that bassy undertone. It's something that you only hear with the 200s, you don't hear it with the 300s, you don't hear it with the freighters. It is a bit similar to what you also hear if the XWBs from the A350 spool up. Hey, thanks Adrian. 747 at New Vennep, incoming at 1500 feet. Singapore Airlines arriving from London Heathrow. London? Yes, London, you know.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Now, let's see, because we're also not going to miss out on Air China cargo, of course. Arriving, going to Chengdu in China. Flight 3160, and I think I already have the 747 in sight. We've seen an airplane like this take off earlier in the show, and now it is time to see one land, or at least see its last approach to runway 06. So many 747s coming in and going away from Schiphol. Indeed, Marissa, I have been wondering the same. Have we gone back in time? It's almost like the good old days, a couple of decades ago, in the beginning of the new century, the new millennium, or maybe the end of the old one. This is KLM Flight 651 going to Washington. This is the fake, and if all is well, we have somebody on board who is shining the light, looking at the windows above the window above the wing in a few moments. This fake airplane is 12 years old. Its first flight was in January 2013. Indeed, Marissa, where's the MD-11? Where is it? Okay. Usually when I start wondering if something is going on, they start spooling up. Do happen to see, sorry for the nauseating move, but bird control was over there. The bird controller was out of his vehicle. So apparently there was something on the runway that needed to be picked up first. Any sight yet of the Compass Air Cargo 747? Is anything alive yet, or? Yeah, no, it is on the move, isn't it? It's coming this way. Yep, it is taxiing. It's about to traverse the A4 highway. 5747 komt er ook aan, mannen. De 5747 die komt ook. Die Compass Air Cargo die we hier eerder hebben zien landen op de Kaagbaan, die komt nu deze kant op. Die staat op het punt om de A4 over te steken. Dus die is er over een minuut of 5. Just telling the ground crew about the whereabouts of the 5th 747, ladies and gentlemen. Let that sink in. That's 5 747s that we are going to see, and have already seen 4 of them taking off from the runway we are standing next to. It's been months. Must have been multiple months since we last saw that. Alright, it's pulling up. Now, let's have a look at the wing and the windows over there. Timinen. Should be somewhere over there. Yep. Fucking A. That one we saw quite easily. Bon voyage, mate. Bon voyage. That was so well executed. Dennis remarks, a few people didn't want to be on the film. Hashtag closed curtains. Yeah, I'm always surprised by the amount of closed windows that you see. Now I know for a fact that KLM and Transavia always tell the passengers that they should open the windows up, the curtains, let in as much ambient light as you can. Then they drop off the they shut off the lights in the cockpit, of course, just so that if you need to crash, your eyes already have adjusted to the ambient light. Okie dokie. After this Embraer 190 to Bristol, we are going to see 3 consecutive A321neos. Transavia to Bari, Transavia to Naples, and Shamrock to Dublin. It's also looking like a Chinese widebody is coming my way. Yep, that's an angry looking Chinese A350 that doesn't want to go back to Guangzhou in China. It looks like the airplane is crabbing a little bit, leaning in to the left. Has the wind turned a bit and has it become a bit more northwesterly? Looking at the scale of chimney smoke, it is a bit hard to distinguish. Let's have a quick look and see what the meter is saying. We haven't updated the meter very regularly today. This one is almost 2 hours old already in the meter, in the ticker. And a new one tells us that the wind has indeed become a bit no, it's the opposite is actually true. The wind has become more northeasterly instead of northwesterly. Well, either way, I am copy pasting the meter into the ticker. And then it is back to the camera controls. In the meantime, one of the A321neos just now took off. There's the angry looking Chinese A350. And here another airplane of similar to the one that just now left. Roy asks about Egypt Air arriving in their Dreamliner. I am not exactly sure if that's so rare. I do recall having seen the Dreamliners from Egypt Air every now and again. It's a bit of a mixed bag, just like how you often see that Turkish is flying A330s into Amsterdam, but also sometimes switches it up with the A350. Fifth Queen should also be coming this way. is also over here. Fidel Castro, the head completely still, looking for Pinky and the brain. One is a genius, the other's insane. Compass Air Cargo is coming this way. Fifth queen, ladies and gentlemen. Fifth queen of the show. Well, more than fifth already, but the fifth actually taking off from the Polderbaan. What a show it has been thus far. The A340 as well. The Orange Pride. And an angry looking Chinese A350 here in the foreground. Aer Lingus to Dublin and A321neo is what you are hearing. Indeed, Maria, it is a majestic stream today. It certainly is. Marissa says runway inspection happening on center, so that is reopening soon. Yep, it is 12 minutes to 2 already, so that is to be expected. Looking at what is going out after the 747, it's going to be a lot of narrow bodies. There's also a 787-10 to New York that has come alive. Pretty Hopper is now spooling up. Compass Air Cargo, also a 747 that we don't see on Schiphol regularly. At Schiphol, I should say. Dennis W asks, do we see a 747 there in the screen? No, it's a hallucination. I fed you digital truffles and now you're all hallucinating. You're thinking you're seeing a 747, but it's actually just a bicycle. Fifth time this show we are seeing this site. What a luxury. It's already feeling like tomorrow's stream is going to be a disappointment compared with the luxury of seeing so many 747s in today's show. The Chinese A350 is spooling up. That's China Southern Airlines, flight 308, going to Guangzhou in China. Registration Bravo 30 Foxtrot O. 4 years old, first flight July 2020. You can just see how it doesn't want to go back to China. It wants to stay here. Before Her Majesty is lining up, let me quickly go back to the computer. I saw that Greetje was back in the chat and she came in with a massive bang. 10 gifted memberships just now. Greetje, welcome back. Thank you so much for your generosity. You really didn't have to do that. Thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Greetje if you are one of the 10 recipients of her gifted memberships. That is truly amazing. Thank you so much for your generosity, Greetje. And welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. This is a flight on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo, flight 9993 to Frankfurt. It is Compass Air Cargo. We saw it land on runway 06 earlier. Lima, Zulu, Charlie, Juliet, Charlie. 22 years old, first flight November 2002. Fifth 747 that we see take off from Polderbaan today. Old school engine sounds. And she's light. Rotating early as we could have figured beforehand she would. You can see the pilot giving input to the aileron, the flaperons moving up and down. It never grows old, does it? Also the backdrop of the clouds looking very impressive. Have a look at that. If you already imagine that the airplane you're seeing in the foreground is so big already, and you can see how puny it looks in comparison with the cloud formation that you see behind it, and it's absolutely incredible. The size of clouds. Alright, so what else is in the pipeline? It looks like narrowbodies for the time being, but there is also some traffic to New York and to Montreal coming this way. It's back to the narrowbodies for the time being. First up an E2 Embraer 195, and after that we are going to see Hans' favorite to Barcelona, Vueling. First up, this E2 Embraer 195 going to London. London? Yes, London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Next up, Vueling, flight 8303. Hans' favorite, going to Barcelona. Spot the dot. It's the original, the OG Spot the dot. It's an A320, the Echo Charlie Lima Lima Juliet. This is how old? 14 years old, first flight March 2011. Is that another cheater in Cheater's Lane? It looks like it, doesn't it? That's KLM flight 1375, which is leaving for Bucharest. Though EasyJet is first here. EasyJet flight 23302, that's going to Edinburgh in Scotland. Pretty sure after this we are going to see a KLM using Cheater's Lane, so I'm not going to follow the EasyJet completely, but stop and see what is going to happen. I was wrong. Oh, Volvo excavator coming through. Make room. No, I was right after all. This one was going first. The airplane at the threshold already lined up, so that was why I was confused and initially thought that this airplane was going to leave after it would have taken off, but there you go. KLM flight 1375 to Bucharest. That's a bummer. Delta Team USA is one getting away then. Has been delayed until an hour from now. Now we still have wide bodies underway, or at least we have the 787-10 to New York underway, and it also looks like the 787 Dreamliner to Montreal is or will start taxiing this way pretty soon. Peter is off to lunch. Thanks for stopping by, Peter. Enjoy your lunch and see you again hopefully tomorrow, or if not tomorrow then later in the weekend. EasyJet A319 to Krakow in Poland is going to be next. And I think over there we can already see the Dreamliner that is going to leave for New York JFK. Dennis W is also leaving. Thank you for stopping by, mate. Hope to see you again tomorrow, or if not tomorrow then later in the weekend. So Air Canada is on the move. Not sure if it can traverse the center runway directly or if it is going to be directed around the runway. For now, these are the last wide bodies that I can see on flight radar that are destined to be outbound. Obviously, we are going to end the stream on a high note with a wide-body departure. The next airplane coming is one of those wide-bodies. This is KLM going to New York JFK, flight 641. The Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Golf BKG. It's a 787-10. This is, how old? 5 years old already. First flight January 2020. Hadi Remco, goedemiddag, good afternoon. And thank you so much for your kind words. John, who says, love the channel. If you guys are enjoying what you're seeing and you haven't done so already and you want to support the channel for free, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. It'll help us reach a wider audience of like-minded people who love streams like these but who just haven't heard of AMS Live yet. Is that possible? Yes, that's definitely possible. Even though we aren't a small channel anymore, we're definitely not big, and there's still a lot of people that don't know about us yet. Your likes and subscriptions help to get the channel discovered by those people who would also want to join our already awesome community. Something in the background looking like ETA, but it's not. It's JetBlue going to New York as well. The JetBlue ETA lookalike livery. Remco asks us if I will be standing at the Polderbaan tomorrow, and the answer is no. And that is because Polderbaan will not be accessible tomorrow. There's a triathlon that is being held here tomorrow, so the Polderbaan area is not going to be accessible. So tomorrow I will do a stream from Kagbaan. Well, the 78710 is probably not going to surprise us now with a sudden right turn and taking Cheater's Lane to come towards us. Air Canada is on the move. I'm wondering, because it is now 2 o'clock and Center probably has formally opened up. Ricardo gaat er vandoor. See you later, Ricardo. Enjoy the rest of your day and thank you for stopping by. Bedankt voor het aansluiten vandaag. Yeah, Center is open, Marissa says, so I'm thinking Air Canada will probably be directed around the Center runway. Although, yeah, no, there's already traffic on the threshold ready to take off. So I think I'm going to make this the last airplane then, because I don't want to wait for Air Canada, which is probably still another... Well, I'll make the ETA liveried JetBlue the last airplane. These two airplanes are going to be the last for today's show. After that, I am going to wrap it up. Yeah, it's a pity, Remco, but the signs were already here a couple of weeks ago announcing that tomorrow they are going to close the runway. That's also why I went to the Polderbaan today. Figured let's do it back and forth. Maybe, well, on Sunday I can choose wherever I want to go to. But at least go to the Polderbaan today because I cannot go on Saturday. No airplane dance today, Razor says. How far have we gotten? 721. Yeah, that's exactly what I was indicating earlier. The momentum of the channel has gone, and I think the NATO summit has to do with it. It'll probably blow over. But for the time being, not enough momentum for airplane dances, at least not during weekday streams. Maybe that'll change tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Yeah, it's taxiing to the south. Marissa is confirming that the Air Canada is going to go around the southern threshold of the Center runway first. Last airplane of the day, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to go back again out tomorrow. It's going to be arrivals at the Kagbaan. The wind is not going to change in the upcoming days, so the runway use will neither. Or at least on paper. It's Schiphol, you never know. Anything can happen, but if all is well, next couple of days should be departures to the north and arrivals to the, from the south and southwest in the case of the Polderbaan. Last airplane of the day, JetBlue, flight 2289, 62289. Going to New York, JFK. It's an A321neo. The registration is November 4083 Juliet. The airplane, a year old, first flight May 2024. Marissa says, I'm honestly glad it isn't as busy as during those NATO top streams. Yeah, those were busy, absolutely. But I was doing 200 average, on average 200 subscribers during each stream before the NATO summit. And after that, I am struggling to get 50. It's absolutely insane how much the momentum of the channel has tanked after the NATO summit. Now either all of a sudden my content has gone shit and nobody is watching anymore, or this has to do with the algorithm no longer promoting the channel the way it did before the NATO summit. Let's hope it'll pick up again at some point. We'll see tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow we'll have enough likes for an airplane dance. If not, there's always the next day. Also, just another reminder, as of next week, I should be streaming again on Thursdays as well. Yesterday and last week, I caught up on my day job because of the NATO week where I didn't work my day job. So as of next week, 4 streams again, weather permitting, from Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays and Sundays. That's all for next week. This is still the beginning of this weekend. See you all tomorrow, hopefully, and on Sunday, because I am going out again. I am going to wrap up for now. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time. Hope you guys enjoyed the show as much as I have. A big thank you to the mods, of course, for keeping the chat friendly and accessible. And a massive big thank you to all of you for the support, for the likes, for the super chats, the super stickers, the gifted memberships. We didn't see anybody becoming a member themselves, so that's something we still have to test with the widget tomorrow. A massive big thank you to everybody. You guys rock and are what makes this channel so great. I hope you guys will enjoy the rest of your day, and I hope to see you again tomorrow. For now, bye for now, and see you later. Take care.